Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Revolta, JMels24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And with that, I'm going to hand across to whoever is in the Politics Discord and G Plus panel, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
So some of the
doing something. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, some of the best poisons break down into like naturally occurring body chemistry. So the way they did is really difficult for them to detect it. It's got to be some sort of elevated level that would be way outside the norm, enough to kill someone. I saw an episode of Forensic Files where it talked about this. They say we won't reveal which toxin was used for, obvious reasons.
The issue with a lot of biology is it's such a complex system that you will struggle to ever deal with all your confounding variables. You kind of end up with like statistical claims rather than hard and fast scientific proofs.
Got quite a few people that have joined the chat. Maybe we could start swinging it back round to Flat Earth. We'll probably get round to science at some point. But we've got somebody in the chat called, is it Binny? Welcome to the chat, Binny. Do apologise if I'm mispronouncing your name. There's a few other people in chat. We've just been kind of chewing the fat for the last half an hour or so, guys. But the subject is Flat Earth, and if anybody else like hot chocolate who's joined the channel wants to ask any questions, Jesus Loves You All has also joined us. What's up, Jesus? Juicy is also here, and anybody else that wants to ask any questions pertaining to the topic of the room, the Earth being flat. If anybody wants to speak about that, then we can most definitely do so, or we can keep talking amongst ourselves. Sleeping Beauty has also joined us. What's up, Sleeping Beauty? Nice to have you. But yeah, just been talking about science and natural science and what we can do with it and what we can't do with it. And what we can't do with it is figure out the shape of an object, be a category error. But like I said, lots of new people in the chat, guys. If anybody wants to bring up a subject of discussion pertaining to the topic, then we'd love to hear from you. Don't feel shy, guys. We don't bite hard. We just bite often.
Just nibble.
Yeah, we just nibble. Yeah, a lot. But yeah, like I said, guys, welcome to the chat. If anyone's got any questions, and please unmute yourself. It'd be lovely to speak to you. I just thought I'd see if I could introduce other people, guys, being as we were talking amongst ourselves, just flicking through the room. I saw some people had joined and whatnot. But it's definitely an interesting conversation, figuring out what science can do, what it's used for, and what it can't do, and what it shouldn't be used for and cannot be used for. So, Yahweh is my father. Is that you there, my friend?
Hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. I'm sick. My throat is killing me.
You're doing well, but you're sick. You're struggling on there, Trooper. Well done there, mate. So what brings you into our little corner of the internet? What brings you into the Flat Earth channel?
Oh, I just wanted to join. I wanted to see what you were talking about.
Well, we've been talking about science and the scientific method, and how the word science seems to trick people when they see that science is, proving the Earth to be a globe, for example. We just like to point out that that's a category error. But if you've got any questions, my friend, about why people in 2025 say the Earth is flat, then please feel free to do so.
Are you like a flat earther or no?
Yes, my friend, I am a flat earther, and the majority of the people in the chat at the moment are, yeah.
No, I don't really got questions. I was just curious. That's it. I was bored. It's like 7:50 over here. I haven't had sleep. I can't go to sleep. My breathing hurts. So
I appreciate that, mate. I appreciate that. Well, I hope you feel better soon, mate. Drink lots of water.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. But like I said, if you've got any questions that you want to ask, man, to help you fall asleep to, then don't be afraid to unmute yourself.
All right.
But appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said, if there's anybody else in the chat, like Sleeping Beauty or any of the other names that I mentioned, then please feel free to unmute yourself and you can ask a question to the panel or bring up a subject of conversation if you wish. Please don't all speak at once.
You're doing a fabulous job.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Oh, hello, Nathan. How are you?
Brilliant. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. Thank you, buddy. Nice to see you today. I heard you popped in yesterday as well.
Yeah, I did a little surprise visit for an hour.
How did that go? Was it fun?
Well, yeah, it was all right. It was very calm.
Good stuff. Oh, wow. You should have joined about an hour ago. All hell kicked loose. We were discussing with somebody about science and scientific consensus and all of this lovely good stuff that I know that you'd love to have gotten your teeth into, but we educated him and he ran away.
It depends what's being claimed, really. The science question only comes up if somebody's claiming science. That is to say, they think they've got science proof for X, Y, or Z. And it's as many flat earthers that do that as globe believers. So you don't know who you're up against when you hear the claims come in. As long as they're nature of Earth related, I'm happy to deal with whatever.
Well, the other caller, he was really upset that flat earthers seem to have a lack of belief in scientific consensus. And you're like, what?
Yeah, his first evidence that he came in with was that scientific consensus says the Earth is a globe. That was his opening statement, and he wanted us to agree with that statement. And it was pointed out that no, we don't agree, due to the fact that science doesn't deal with shapes, yeah? And we ran through it with him, and in the end, he ran away.
It just tried to get him to understand.
After an hour of going through it, he circled back to the point, and then he ran away.
You're trying to articulate to him that we're not replacing the word popularity contest with the word science, or replacing the word knowledge with the word science. And then he's like, okay, what's your hypothesis? And he's like, hey, my mom's calling me, take my ball and go home. Like, he just wouldn't define any word he said. It just had some interpersonal definition that he held deeply as like a faith-based position that he wouldn't articulate or explain.
It's kind of fair enough. If that's what they want as their standards, that's their standards, not yours. So,
yeah, that was my take too, Nathan. I was on the limb there, but that's the kind of the take I gave.
Like, do I
if you're going to
accept
communicate with
consensus?
somebody,
No.
you've got to be able to agree on the words you're using. You know what I mean? And consensus and science shouldn't even be in the same sentence.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He took the word, another word out, which I said authority, and inserted the word science instead. So his statement was, in effect, I'm upset at you flat earthers. You don't trust the consensus of authority.
That expanded out is true unilaterally for all anti-flat earthers. That's why they're anti-flat earthers, because they're annoyed that we don't agree with consensus. Us not agreeing with consensus means it isn't a complete consensus. If not everyone's agreeing, so that annoys them, because that's their basis in reality, consensus reality.
Well, it's actually a
Like-
fallacy, if I'm not mistaken. It's the appeal to consensus fallacy.
Exactly. Everyone thinks there's
Bandwagon,
unicorns.
yeah.
However, but there's also an appeal to common sense fallacy, though. And if
Yeah.
we base
And
our
similar
observations and make our calculations of the nature of the Earth off of our common senses, that is also a fallacy.
Well, if you state it, but you don't back it with actual substantive evidence, then yeah. If you just say, well, it's just common sense, Earth's a sphere. Is it? What common sense would that be? Should be the
No.
follow-up
Common
question.
sense would tell us that it's not a sphere. However, if we try to view it objectively, honestly, there's no point even arguing this, dude. I'm on your side.
The sky. Did you take into account the sky?
The sky?
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't look up and outward to determine the shape of what you're standing on. Makes sense.
Oh, I was. You said objectively. How? Like then? How would you look at the object? Like how would you look at it objectively in your subjective point of view?
You really couldn't. You would have to make a conclusion based on confidence level. So you'd have to state it is most likely true that it's flat and stationary. That would be the best answer.
Mm,
Like an Occam's razor sort of.
Exactly.
concept.
Precisely. Yep.
I don't think
Basically,
what
would-
is adjudicated by that.
It's also, in my opinion, a smarter approach because the claimant has the burden of proof. So if you don't make the claim that it's flat, you don't have to prove it. You just state, well, it most likely is flat. It appears to be flat, but you're not making the claim.
Well, what's the it that you're pointing to?
The Earth.
Okay.
Go on, Refracted. What did you want to say? Hold on just one sec, no tongues. Go ahead, Refracted.
The if, they shouldn't be put in an if statement. It's just measurement. Measurement adjudicates what is. Not common sense, not anything else, just measurement.
Did you get that? You're saying logic doesn't really dictate this, measurements do. So if you're going to talk about what is, in terms of Earth, you just go to the measurements.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of interested when Venix was referencing. He said, "Well, I would just say the Earth is flat. Like what part? Like how would you measure it or check that?"
I mean, you could do a survey, plane survey. And
So-
the results that are as is would be your answer. You wouldn't have to account for an already established model. You would just measure the Earth as is, and then whatever the result is what your answer is.
I like you. I like this guy.
Yeah, so based on your measurements of Earth, Earth's flat. That's how it measures.
Mhm.
Survey it, it's flat.
Precisely. Yep.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. I mean, you can, after you've measured it flat, say, well, it's only flat because it's a really big ball. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
you've measured it
You
flat.
can make that argument.
You could, but it would be nonsensical
Well, you
because
could.
it was...
Well, the thing is arguing for heliocentrism is hearsay. You're using a lot of hearsay arguments, and you're using a lot of infallible claims, such as, "Oh, it's too big. You'll never see it. Oh, you're not high enough."
It's a special pleading.
Yes, exactly.
yeah.
Special pleading. And it's special pleading
Special pleading.
in lieu of having any measurements. So they're apologising for the flat measurements and saying, oh, it's okay to measure it flat because it's a really big ball. It's okay to not see it bending because it's a really big ball. That's apologising for why it isn't demonstrating any sphericity.
Well, there's actually a bit of a paradox here. They say that you can see the ship go over the curve on the horizon at ground level. You can see it disappear with the curve. But then when you go up in altitude, they say, oh, well, you're not high enough to see the curve. How is it you can see it at ground level, but you can't see it at high level?
Well, how is it that you're whistling past the graveyard of requiring a surface level and an eye level parallel with it to describe the height of I, to ask why it doesn't comport with their suggestion that when comparing parallel eye level with surface level, you can't see curve at altitude? You need a flat Earth to make that declaration with surface level and eye level parallel with it, though, don't you? So you kind of, in asking, you're whistling past the fact you need a flat Earth to make the assertions that there is an Earth curve below surface level. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Earth curve, the assertion thereof, requires a flat Earth be measured, and axioms with regards to eye level being parallel with surface level. Those axioms must hold true to assert that you've got a orthographic representation of a below surface level Earth curve. Mathematical only, of course. But you need a flat Earth for that mathematical assertion of Earth curve.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if the Earth did curve and you measure the Earth, you would get the curve in your measurement. You wouldn't have to account or adjust for anything.
Yeah, as an if statement, if Earth curves, you can measure it curving. But in reality, the assertion that Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 comes with it an assertion of the distance to the geometric limitation they call Earth curve. And the way that is calculated, as on screen for my audience now, is eye level and surface level parallel with one another. Surface level, more importantly than anything, because you're going to get your height off that. And the height that you get will have eye level parallel with it to do the maths, to calculate the geometric sphere edge below surface level. That's their maths and their rhetoric for their sphere edge. So while you say, well, we could measure Earth curve if we had one, yeah, we could, but we don't, and their assertion that we do comes in this maths format that needs a flat Earth, surface level and eye level, in their maths.
Well, 8 inches per mile squared is a lot of curve. That's a lot. We should be able to see that, really no problem. That's a lot of curve.
Yeah, I'd agree, but they've hijacked perspective. So what you see in terms of the recession of an optical representation angular in nature is hijacked and put into an orthographic view where surface level, flat Earth, eye level, parallel with it, that's a flat Earth, describe a horizon that's geometric below that surface level. Now that's not optical, it's orthographic in nature. There's no perspective, but what will be contrasted with it is the view that you get with perspective. So they've hijacked perspective to call it Earth curve, but regardless, they need surface level and eye level parallel with it for it to function. You need a flat Earth for the Earth curve maths, basically.
Yeah, the Earth isn't curve in Earth curve math.
Earth's flat in Earth curve maths. It's labelled quite clearly as surface level.
What do you mean it's so big that it's okay to measure it flat?
We just take the latter part, which is we measure it flat and there is no measurements of Earth curve. The Earth curve measurements that are claimed are actually calculations derived from flat Earth measurements. That's the most concise summary I can give.
Yeah, but there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, so I don't adhere to that.
No, so you measure the flat surface that we dwell atop, Earth that would be, and then infer that you've got sphericity by deriving a parallel eye level with surface level that you must measure twice, once for your height of eye, to derive a surface level equivalent called geometric sphere edge or horizon in their globe maths that's below the surface level you measured for your height. So you have to violate the measurements that you actually make to claim the calculable sphericity below the surface level you measured, flat.
It's like picking up a 2x4, measuring it 12 inches, and saying it's a sphere.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. Measuring the surface flat and then saying that it's bending. As I say, functionally, Earth must be flat for Earth curve maths because it's an axiom utilised within the mathematics. Surface level and eye level must be parallel with one another. Unless that is the case, the maths falls apart, it doesn't work. Earth must be flat for them to claim there's Earth curve.
It's kind of funny sometimes to see them try to reconcile it, though. You know what I mean? Like, because at some level they know that level is flat. Like, we all deal with it every day. We don't think of level as curved ever, unless you're thinking about this topic and you forget everything you know.
Well, they changed the definition of level to be flush with the surface. So if it's flush with the surface, then that would be level, and then the surface can bend. It would still be considered level in modern astronomy.
Unfortunately not.
So-
Like I say, axiomatically, they require surface level to be level. And if you violate that by saying no, surface level can comport with the surface of a curved surface of a sphere, then the axiomatic principle of level utilised in their maths is violated, and therefore their maths fails. You must measure a flat Earth to assert Earth curve. There's no two ways about it.
Okay, I agree with that. Have any of you read Eric Dubé's work, The Flat Earth Conspiracy?
What's the conspiracy?
What's that?
I'm saying, what's
What'd you
the
say?
conspiracy for flat Earth? I don't understand.
That's the name of the book. It's called The Flat Earth Conspiracy from Eric Dubé. He's a pretty well-known author in this type of study. This one is about the history of where the flat Earth came from, how over time they changed it to a globe, and it's very detailed. It's got a lot. It's got a lot of going on, a lot of history going on here. I think that the main issue that people have with accepting this is they don't understand the motive. You can explain the science behind it, but the motive is what makes it all come together. So when you understand the history of where this comes from, it makes a lot more sense.
What would the relevance of history be to the shape of Earth, though?
Because you can see the motive, and you can also see how the flat Earth or traditional cosmology was recognized by all the civilizations of antiquity. And then you find that the heliocentric model is actually fairly new. Then you also find that the authors of this model had specific ties that were very, very private, very closed off from the public, and you can see connections with royalty and the Catholic Church, especially involved in this. And it
Right,
is
but
very
what's it
evident that there is some
describing?
type of conspiracy involved.
That would be describing a global conspiracy if you wanted to go that route with it.
Correct. How are you?
Hey.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Morning.
Good to be here. We did toddle along to politics yesterday, and it was fun. Fun was had by all, but it's good to be here on a Friday, as always. Was it you, Crit, talking in the pre-show, as it is for me and my audience, about science and the scientific method?
Yeah, the dude who came in this morning. I'll say earlier, too, I like the way you flamed it as a surprise visit. I was going to kick out of that phrase from the Clockwork Orange, when they would play that game, Surprise Visit.
I vaguely remember Clockwork Orange. I must have watched the movie about 100 times, but no. Is that what they do when they go back to the guy in the wheelchair?
No, when they would go to someone's house and then like break in or whatever, and then wait for the people to come home and be like, surprise!
Yeah, it is the scene I'm thinking of initially. That's when they put the guy in the wheelchair that eventually gets his own back.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
okay,
it is what I was thinking. Well, let's hope it wasn't like that, as I'm not about to attack everybody in this politics Discord server with giant penises. So, no.
No, I just mean that phrase like invokes that, surprise visit thing where...
Indeed. No, we're here to tell you about science and the scientific method. So whether or not we get somebody bold enough to make a claim that the Earth is a sphere based on science or some form thereof is irrelevant to whether or not I'll be telling you about it today, because that's my main purpose in coming to politics or doing the tour generally beyond the server that I typically go into, which is the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. But obviously politics have been extremely, welcoming over the last year. So keeping it up is no offence. It's good, nice being here. I always feel welcome. There's always somebody that wants to challenge the fact that Earth's flat.
Did someone say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it is. That's how it's measured. However, about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even a bit longer, maybe 7 years ago, on the journey of flat Earth debate, we had a very nice gentleman known as Quantum Eraser teach us all what science and the scientific method was, so we all knew what it wasn't when people would claim that they've got scientific proof of this, that and the other. Doesn't matter what. So in light of that education, many of you have joined since haven't necessarily received it. You did when you were in high school. It's just a good chance that you'll have forgotten it by the time you're in adult life. No, my statistics for my YouTube channel, most of the people watching are fully grown adults, if not all. So therefore, it's worth reminding people what the scientific method actually is for. That's elucidating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. Something occurring in nature happens, you can say what caused that, and then suppose a cause to go forth and vary said cause and see if it causes it or not. That would be an experiment. So in those few words, you've had the full process. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Step 2, formulate a scientific prediction. That's otherwise known as a hypothesis. It's an if and then statement. If A, then B. And then experiment, which is varying your presumed cause, A, to see if it causes the effect, B. And if you do, tick, science, done. You've proven your cause of your effect. And it is as simple as that. Very narrow, it's very specific, very difficult to adhere to. However, the outcome is empirical. That's to say, upon varying what you think causes something you observed in nature, if you vary it and it does cause it, that's its cause. Empirically validated by experiment. So there you go. That's science. Anything that sits outside of that methodology, establishing a phenomena, asking what caused it, assuming you've got a cause and varying it to see if it does actually cause it or not, that method, anything outside of that, is pseudoscience if claimed to be science. It's not to say there aren't other means of offering empiricism. The scientific method's just one. But if you claim to have hypotheses, theories, experiment, or science itself, that's to say you use the terms of science to allude to the idea that what you're suggesting is empirical, that's pseudoscience by definition. A claim of science that has not been through the scientific method is pseudoscience. The scientific method being observe a phenomena, assume the cause, that's your prediction, hypothesis, and then vary that cause to see if it causes the effect or not. That's an experiment. I'm done. That was easy. Nobody interrupted the entire thing. Wow. Thank you for your patience. I can go home now. I'm done. And with that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous... No, I'm only joking.
I was very good. I was on my best behavior there.
Yeah, I can't believe it. This room's rammer jammer. Nobody interrupted it. I got the whole lot out in one go. I thought that might take an hour.
That transition was smooth, too. It was like, oh, the show's over?
No, it definitely isn't. Got 60 people watching. We've only just started. So, no.
The argument is over because there is no argument, but the show must go on.
But why are we doing it, right? So why are we in here telling you what science is? You might be thinking, why the hell has he just told us all that? It's because as you, if you paid attention to what I just said, go through your daily life, you'll hear so many claimants suggesting they've got science. And they haven't. Most of the time, 99% of the time, they don't have an adherence to the scientific method. If you ask them a few key questions, you'll find that out pretty quickly. Most claims of science haven't been through the scientific method. That's to say, most claims of science aren't science. People bullshitting you. Sometimes unnecessarily because they've got good measurements and they didn't need to claim it was science. But most of the time you're being bullshitted by people who haven't got any empiricism whatsoever and they just want you to believe they're just so story. So they'll tell you that it's an experiment and hope for the best. Hope you don't see through the trick. And why is that happening in
The
a flat
magic-
Earth room? Oh, go. Whoever that was, go ahead.
Oh yeah, the magic trick. They did something, but they tried to say it was something else that did that. You're like, no, yeah, you did. You set up an apparatus to move, and it moved, like Foucault's pendulum. How about you don't do that? Where did you see that in nature?
Perfect. So you're talking about people setting up apparatus, that's man-made devices, synthetic in nature, and asking, I wonder what caused that? Let's put it through scientific method. Well, we already know the cause. A man caused it. It's synthetic, not natural. So step one, observe a natural phenomena. It's natural science. So as soon as a man makes something happen, that's a man making it happen. You already know the cause. So why are we doing this in a flat earth room, though? We're doing it in a flat earth room because that's how we got duped onto being a ball. By being told that Professor Brian Cox is a scientist, that Neil deGrasse Tyson offers you science for ball evidence. He doesn't. That's how you get duped onto the ball, thinking that they are offering you empirical information when they tell you you're on a ball, derived from flat earth measurements, I might add. So 10 minutes in, said my piece. Almost 70 people watching though, numbers climbing. Please share the show if you've not done so already. If you're in my YouTube audience, someone will spam the link to the Politics Discord server. Very warm welcome that we always get on a Friday in the Politics Discord server. If you did want to participate in the chat, although it's mostly just me, so I'm not always here, so this isn't necessarily always representative of the chat that takes place in politics, but it does on a Friday when I'm here. So if you did want to join, hopefully one of the YouTube moderators will stick a link to the Politics Discord server so you can join this fantastic server, which is where we are today. Do you guys in the mod team typically pick up on somebody who's spamming stuff in the Discord chat? Is that the case? Is there any questions lined up? Or is this absolutely jock room not got anything to ask or say about Earth being demonstrably flat in all regards? Surely somebody's got some questions. But if not, I'm easy. Means my day's nice and easy. I don't have to fret or stress about telling people they're wrong about being on a ball, which is lovely. I don't mind. This is good, isn't it? My G Plus panel. The entire room in Discord's converted to flat Earth, it would seem.
Pretty chill.
Well,
Yeah, there's
they're
a
all
couple people in
flatties.
text chat. Eggs could get on. I'm sure he's got something to say.
You're scared of Nathan. Nathan, you frighten people.
I'm not frightening. I've just talked about science for 6 minutes straight. What could be frightening about that?
Oh, Nate. Nate's here.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, you sure you got nothing to say? You're just going to listen again, or what?
No, yeah, I'm just gonna listen.
Like I say, everyone's chill. They're all flatties. Well, if I'm sat here in the silence, I'm going to start talking about technical equipment. It's going to bore the pants off some people, I'm telling you now.
Someone break a guitar.
No, I don't play music. I just like technical stuff. I like at the moment, I'm into microphones. I really want
Don't get him started. Please, Baller, say something. Nate,
I really
say
want a
something.
Soyuz. So I was looking at this Russian manufacturer of microphones. It's got the same name as the Russian equivalent of the rocket that we sent to the moon. So their company name is Soyuz, which just means unity in Russian. But like the rocket, they don't actually make rockets, but there's a company that makes microphones, and they've got a very specific microphone I want. Small diaphragm condenser. Because overhead boom. I can see you're all really keen to hear more. Yes, tell us more about your microphone. Well, currently I've got a Rode.
You said they sent it to the moon?
The Russians that claimed that, I don't know about Soyuz going to the moon, but it was just a Russian rocket.
The news of today is apparently NASA is saying that Artemis 3 landing will not happen. The risk is too high. Annual safety report dropped just a few days ago, praise and underscores how NASA is pumping the brakes here and taking time to really get it right before undertaking the Artemis program, which was supposed to be 7 years ago.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. Yeah, NASA don't make microphones. They're more lenses than mics. Their scam's a visual one.
They need some Soyuz up in that.
Well, it's a visual scam, isn't it, with NASA, right? They're on the cutting edge of cinematography.
Explain.
I had no idea. Like, holy crap, really? Going to space is risky? Who would have thought?
No, there is no space, right? Outer space isn't real. There is no sky vacuum to travel in rockets to, right? Let's just get that out of the way. Right, but NASA, what do they do? Well, they're cinematographers. That's what they actually are. They're on the cutting edge of cinematography. So, it's Barry Lyndon was a Kubrick movie shot in candlelight. Where did he get the lenses to shoot in candlelight? Not under giant, massive, incandescent bulbs. No, candlelight. He did an entire feature film with NASA lenses. Why? Because they're on the cutting edge of cinematography, that's why. Because that's what they do. They bullshit you with video. The sound isn't that important. In fact, the crappier the sound, the better. You know what I mean? So they're not interested in sound.
Probably the risk assessment is that people...
Wire work and that's performing arts. That's what I studied. Yeah, trapeze. Performing arts, that's something else. But that's a different skill set that obviously they have employees that have that skill set. Astronauts, right? Performing artists, that's all they are.
No, they don't. They're not even good at it. You can see them stumbling all over the place.
I don't know. They're duping millions and millions and billions of people. So I don't know if you say they're bad. We are in the know. It's like saying, well, you're not very good at that magic trick. And you know what the magic trick, you know how it works. I do this on stage night after night after night, and no one knows how the magic trick works. They all think it's wonderful. You know how it works and tell me it's not a good magic trick. Get lost. That would be my attitude. That's probably NASA's attitude to us. Oh, right, you figured out how we do the magic trick. Get lost. That's their attitude to us.
Well, let's be charitable here. It's not just NASA. It's every single space agency in the entire world that's in on this. They're all laughing at us, aren't they?
Yeah, basically.
They're all smiling to the bank, right?
No, I don't know their motivation, but people are getting paid to do what they do. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't know. I don't get privy to their bank balance a lot. Shout out to Pablo. Are these astronauts still stuck in, quote, space, says Pablo. No, there is no space to be in. That's why we can demonstrably call them liars. Thank you for the super chat.
Let's put it this way. They're giving your taxpayer dollars.
How much? Okay. I mean, it's okay, right. That's interesting. I mean, we can track the taxpayer dollars surely to what they're spending it on, right? I don't know. I think they're planning to rebuild the ISS or take it down or whatever. We know that, but this kind of paying people to pretend that space is real, that is a bit more wishy-washy, shall I say? That's a bit more interesting.
Wait a second. You think that in space is not wishy-washy, but the fact that they're acting is wishy-washy?
Hold on. Maybe you don't understand the premise in terms of us calling them liars when we say they're actors. You appreciate that the place they're claiming to be isn't real. That's outer space, a sky vacuum. You appreciate that's not real, right?
Wait a minute. Sorry, should I just break the flow of this? You're Nathan Oakley. I think I've heard of you before, actually. You're
Let's
really
try that a second time.
quite big in the
fascinating avatar
community, aren't you?
Is it Aviator? I can't see your type.
Aviator, yeah.
Aviator.
Sorry, I'm just. I mean, nice to meet you for one. Very nice to meet you. How are you?
So space is fake. There's no outer space. Second time. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm just fine. Just put that aside for a second. I'm really astonished to meet you. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. So space, outer space,
great.
sky vacuum, that's fake. It doesn't exist. And anybody who's claiming to be in that area, an area of volume that the gas we're breathing at high pressure would be filling in line with natural law, if it were real, which it definitely isn't, making everybody claiming to be in that area a liar automatically, without question. Do you understand that or not?
Sorry, could you just repeat that one more time? So
I'll try again.
Okay, actually,
No
let
worries,
me try.
I'll try again. So there's a law of nature. It's
okay,
called the second law of thermodynamics. Are you aware of the second law of thermodynamics, first of all?
No, could you explain it to me?
Hot goes
Or
to
just tell me what
cold,
it
high
is?
pressure to low pressure, things like that. You're aware of those sort of effects? High pressure going to low pressure, for example. Hot always going to cold, for example. Thermodynamic laws, right? How hot goes to cold, how high pressure goes to low pressure. Simple stuff.
No, I'm not aware of this law, actually.
You're not aware that if you leave a cup of coffee out, it'll go cold?
Called
Oh, I'm aware of
entropy,
that.
It's okay. It doesn't. I'm not mocking you for not knowing. That's fine. But are you aware now? I've highlighted it that if you leave a hot cup of coffee out, it'll go cold.
I'm always aware of that. Yeah.
Right. That's called entropy.
Thank you.
What about if you fart?
Right. Okay.
I'm trying to educate
Right.
you. You don't have to yabber through the top of me. It's nice that you're pleased to meet me, but you just don't need to talk while I'm talking. So are you aware that when you pass gas, that will spread out throughout the available volume? Are you aware that that will occur?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, that's gas dispersion. That's called entropic dispersion. Entropy, that's a law of nature described by the second law of thermodynamics. Okay? So when I say there's a law of nature, is it just me or is he talking while I'm educating him? You don't understand this stuff, so it'd be helpful if you didn't talk while I talk if you don't understand. Just need you to say yes.
Apologies. Sorry, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm educating you on the second law of thermodynamics. Entropic dispersion in this case. Gas fills space, okay?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so if the sky was a vacuum, a vast empty space for gas to fill, the gas you're breathing would fill the space and we'd all be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe because the gas you're breathing would... Is it just me or are you still talking while I'm talking there, Aviator? Did you want to pop yourself on mute while I educate you, or did you want to tell me how wonderful it is to meet me again for the fourth time? Just pop yourself on mute. Just pop yourself on mute. That was rhetorical. It was rhetorical. Son, it was rhetorical. Starting to lose my temper with you. Rhetorical. Shut your mouth. Put yourself on mute while I talk. I'm educating you. You don't understand entropy. Seems you're slow or stupid or something. Because I've told you twice to put yourself on mute. You're still not. Mute button. Hello? Put yourself on mute while I talk. You've had to be moderated by one of the server operators because I'm interjecting my own discussion of entropy, yeah, while you yammer through me. Can you pop yourself on local mute, Aviator?
My microphone has a mute. I muted myself.
Can you put yourself on local mute so I can see that the mute button is on yourself of your own volition while I explain it? Thank you. My God, it's like pulling teeth. So entropic dispersion would be entropy of the gas that you're breathing by way of a law of nature filling the sky vacuum the astronauts claim to be in. There is no sky vacuum. It defies a law of nature. Ergo, anybody claiming to be in Narnia, outer space, are liars. There you go. Wasn't that painful? I'm done now.
Right, okay, I see your point. That's interesting. So, don't you think that, say, yeah, okay, I'm going to say the word gravity here, and I know you might not be very impressed with me, maybe it contradicts another law of nature, but surely the Earth's gravity would hold gas particles like oxygen, which we breathe, right, toward near the Earth, which allows there to be, which stops it from going out into outer space and keeps us alive, right?
No.
Surely that can account for everything.
No. To quote George Musa, the editor of Scientific American, gravity is not a force, end quote, George Musa. Or if I quote Professor Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Professor Brian Cox. Now, it seems it's unbeknownst to you, but it's... Somebody's off mute. It's a pseudo-geometry. pseudo-Riemannian force space invented about 110 years ago by a man named Einstein. It's not a force. It doesn't hold gas. So no.
Okay. I don't have the best understanding of Einstein's theories of, what is it?
It's not a theory.
Relativity or
it's not a theory.
Something like that.
It's not a theory.
It's a theory well supported. I'm not.
No, it's not a theory.
It's
a pseudo. Just say it again.
Okay.
Listen up. Pin your ears back. It is, second time I've said it, a pseudo-geometry. Theory deals with science. That's natural. Geometry, that's maths. It's conceptual. It's not a theory. It's a pseudo-geometry and not a force to hold gas. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Meanwhile, your gravity, it won't be holding gas without containment next to a vacuum. That's garbage. A lie that you're told within a religion called heliocentrism. A necessitated lie to have Copernican motion. No, we're not in a sky vacuum. No, we're not moving around the sun. That's all maths also. Maths derived from measurements of an Earth that's flat. The sky's not a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics, and gravity's not a force. Pseudo-geometry won't hold gas.
Right. I mean, like I said, I'm not the most well studied on Einstein's theory of relativity.
It's not a theory. Why are you repeating it? You're telling me you're not studied upon this theory. It's not a theory. What is a theory? Define theory.
I'm going to continue now because you cut me off. So
define theory. Define theory. You've said theory twice, and I've corrected you, and you're still saying it. So define it. You said theory.
Nathan,
shut up. I'm telling you what, Dumbo. Don't talk through me. Define the word you used. You said theory twice. I corrected you. I said it's a pseudo-geometry. Now you're insistent on using this word. You better damn well define it. Why is he talking? You said theory. Define the word you used. Go.
You said pseudo-geometry. Define the word pseudo-geometry. Go.
You said theory. It's not. Theory comes after experimentation. So if you don't know what that word means, stop. Is it just me, Aviator, or is it painful? So therefore, when I ask you to define the words you use, like theory, I'll define pseudo-geometry. That'd be mathematics that's pseudo. In this instance, not real, meaning sham. Shut up! You ignorant boy! Do you feel that when you're telling me, disclaiming how ignorant you are of this stuff, that you've got the right to talk while I'm talking? Put yourself on mute, you stupid, insolent little boy. You've had to be server moderated again by the people who own this moderation team because you can't shut your mouth while you're being educated. Meanwhile, I've got to sit through you telling me how ignorant you are. Yet, I know you're not that clued up about pseudo-geometry from Einstein. You asked if a force would hold gas here. Yes, I know you're ignorant. You think you've got the right to babble while I'm talking. I'm educating you, dumbass. It's not a theory. Now, Aviator, given you've had to be moderated by the team, you can repeat after me, because you've said it incorrectly twice. It's not a theory. It's a pseudo-geometry. Do you hear me? Shout out to Jimbo Con. Thank you for the super chat. Nathan's space must not be a vacuum, as NASA does lie. Simple answer, no. I don't understand the sentence, but thank you for the super chat, Jimbo. Really appreciate the support.
I think he's a baller in chat.
I don't understand the sentence. Nathan, space must not be a vacuum.
Whatever it is, I'm going to kind of go into assuming it is a force, right? Just to make it more intuitive.
Sorry,
right?
what? Sorry. Did you just tell me that assuming it's a force? Did you not like Brian Cox's quote?
Yeah, I mean, just
stop
because it's consistent.
Stop. That means shut up.
You can't tell me to stop. And then.
Did you not like Brian Cox's quote that you didn't acknowledge, you stupid little boy? There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox. I already said it, you didn't acknowledge it. Now you're telling me assuming it's a force? Shut your dumb mouth. I'm done with you. You think you can just ignore me?
Wait.
What part of Cox's quote didn't you like? Stupid boy.
Nathan, please.
Stupid boy. Stupid boy. What part of Brian Cox's quote that you've just hand-waved by saying, quote you, assuming it's a force, what, pissing in Brian Cox's face much? Now I'll ask you again, you insubordinate little boy. What part of Brian Cox's quote about gravity not being a bleeding force didn't you like?
None of it. I mean, he's just using Einstein's theory, right?
He's saying it's not a force,
it just makes more sense
stupid
to-
boy.
Okay, right.
Yeah, right.
Fine.
So not
That-
assuming it's a
that's
force
probably
like you've
true,
just said
but-
then, dickhead.
Okay,
It's not.
right, but Newtonian physics
But
still
stuttering
sends-
much. Shut your dumb mouth
still
while I
works,
tell
right?
you off. Boy,
pretty much
shut
works. It
up,
still can explain-
or you'll be shut up by the
What?
team.
Wait,
you're
wait,
insubordinate and you're rude. You're wrong, you're ignorant and you're stupid. You're disclaiming how stupid you are, but you feel like you can tell me, assuming it's a force, and then carry on wittering. No, boy. You're just stupid. They can take this man off server mute while I belittle him some more. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not a force, it's not a theory. So stop telling me, assuming it's a force. Clear?
Okay, sure.
Good, insubordinate little boy.
Can I ask him a question?
So look, with gravity,
What's that?
the pseudo geometry, right?
No, I don't care. I don't
Um,
care about sham forces. Sham forces aren't
Okay, that's fine.
concerned.
But I don't care about sham forces. It explains why we can breathe. So it holds the gases that we breathe towards the center of the earth. Pulls it towards the center of the earth.
No,
Prevents
they
it from going
don't.
out into
What, pull?
space
Like a
and
force?
dissipating.
Pull?
I'm
Like
not
a force? Pull?
so it
Like a
allows us to
force?
breathe.
Hello? What is it
well,
about Cox's
under
quote that
Newton
you
it is
don't
a
like?
force,
Do you just
but,
want to insist when I correct you for being wrong? You just want to keep wittering on about it being a force that's pulling gas to the centre of Earth. That'd be pulling. That would be a force. Yeah, I'll ask you again because you seem to have conceded it and then immediately just ignored your own concession. So Cox's quote about, quote, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox, or, quote, George Moose, a Scientific American editor. Gravity is not a force, end quote. Now, you want to tell me about something pulling something to the centre of Earth, don't you, you belligerent boy? It isn't.
I do. It is. Under Newtonian
Shut him up.
physics, right?
Shut him up.
Please,
No, you
wait,
can.
wait
No,
a
you can be
minute, wait a
shut up,
minute.
you
Let's-
stupid boy.
can we-
I don't want to talk to you
Can you stop
anymore. You've decided that in spite of Brian Cox and George Moose are telling you it isn't, you, someone who doesn't know much about gravity, is going to tell me it is. Shut up and go away with your stupid bull belief. You're an insolent, insubordinate little boy who wants to tell me, with your ignorant knowledge of what gravity isn't, that it is a force. Because if it isn't, there won't be a fake space for you to appeal to. No, son. You haven't got a force. It hasn't been a force for 110 years. If you actually looked into the subject, you wouldn't be having me, a flat earther, hand you your ass in front of 100 live audience members. You, sir, are insubordinate and ignorant. Go and learn your own stupid religion. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. It's required to be so in the mathematics of Einsteinian pseudo-geometry and Newtonian forces that were superseded 110 years ago. You're just ignorant. Now get lost. Tell me it is.
So this is how we ended up on the what is science conversation when you first came in the room, Nathan. This is the guy that was claiming that science dealt with measurements of the Earth and that there was scientific consensus. So this is the same guy that's back.
That's an oxymoron. If it's consensus,
Wow.
it's not science. If it's science, it's not consensus.
Yeah, which
Science is
was
empirical.
pointed out numerous times, but he did the same shtick, yeah? He just circles back around. Okay, I agree. It doesn't have to be important, but the scientific consensus. And then he just go loop back around and around and around, just like he's done with you here.
What, with gravity? Oh, it's not a force. Let's get a few quotes from claimed to be professors of heliocentric truth. Gravity's not a force, end quote. Oh, right, yeah, I can see, Jad, it's not like, don't like the quotes, but let's just assume it's a force. Dickhead. Aviator, you're a dickhead.
What?
Dickhead. Hello, dickhead. Do you want to respond to me? Take him off mute so he can understand. You're a dickhead. You're being called a dickhead. In the face of your own priest telling you something, you're telling me otherwise. Dickhead. Hello, dickhead. Aviator, you're a dickhead. Your priests tell you it's not a force, you're telling me it is. That makes you a dickhead.
What that really makes them is the true definition of a anti-flat earther.
Yeah, you're denying your own bleeding rhetoric. Oh, well, it doesn't matter that Musa says it's not a force and Cox says it's not a force. I say it is. Oh, really? You, with your ignorance of gravity, you're going to tell us it's a force, are you? Holding gas to the centre of Earth. No, dum-dum. You're just ignorant.
Explain why I think I call it a force.
Who cares what you think, stuttery? You're ignorant. Nobody cares what you think. We know how wrong you are. You think you can tell us with your stuttering. Shut up. Put yourself back on mute. Go on, put yourself back on mute. You're done here. Too ignorant to take part in the conversation. I'm glad you were pleased to meet me. I'm the one who handed you your ass. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther who knows a damn sight more about this subject than people who interrupt me when I tell them how ignorant they are. All they can do is this, which is chant through me. You're no better than any other baller aviator. You're an ignorant, insolent tosser who doesn't know how to do anything but mute me while I tell you off. I'm telling you off for being ignorant. You feel you've got the right to talk through me. I'm glad you enjoyed meeting me. You're an insignificant nobody, ignorant, a baller, an anti-flatter who knows nothing. But you still think you've got the right to chant through me while I tell you off for being ignorant? Yeah? You still think you, with your insubordinate nature, think you can talk through me while I tell you off, don't you, aviator? It's absolutely pathetic.
Can I throw something at him for a second? Like, I'm trying to understand why you feel like if your own paradigm, your own story tells you it's not a force, why would you then come in and tell us that it is? Like, what's the motivation behind that? Like, you understand, you got this story from somebody else. Say again?
Okay, may I respond to that?
Yes, please.
May I respond without Nathan Oakley calling me a dickhead?
No.
No.
You're going to respond to what I put to you. Why?
Yeah, I'm going to... Yes. Actually, okay, I'm just going to keep going then because I don't know what you're saying. So... why I say it's a force, and look, I agree, right? I think Einstein's theory has pretty much been proven to be more accurate than Newton's theory, right? That the gravity is a force.
Oh my god!
The thing is,
my god! What part of it's not a theory?
Not theory.
Didn't you get?
Pseudo-geometry. Sorry,
do you feel that when I stopped you last time and asked you to define what a theory was? Do you think that was a reasonable concession for you to now completely witter through me? Yeah, we've already done this, aviator. Yeah, you're insubordinate. Do you know what insubordinate means? It means that in the face of somebody educating, you've decided otherwise. You've decided you're the higher authority here. That's why you're still talking while I'm talking. It's not a theory. Theory comes after validated experimentation. Experimentation ascertains the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena. There is no naturally occurring phenomena for gravity. None. So it is not a theory. But your belligerence and globe belief means that you need to glurf through the top of me pointing this out. Yeah? Now, the server moderators, let's just point out for my audience, 106 of them listening live, I'm not in control of this server. But when an unreasonable glurf dickhead decides that he's going to glurf through the top of me pointing out for the third time, it's not a theory, because he's glurfing it through the top of me. Yeah? He's got to be server moderated. I don't have control of that mute button. The server operators do, and they want to hear me point out to my audience and their server that there is no theory here. Theory comes after validated experimentation. That is not gravity. But he won't have it, will he? He's got to glurf. When I point that out, he can talk through me. That's his shitty tactic. It's all he's got. My name's Nathan Oakley, aviator. I'm so pleased you like meeting me. I'll be forgetting you when I leave here today.
Man, that is crazy. Is he? Am I on mute still? I'm not actually. Okay, right. I just took a look at Nathan's stream, and man, that is interesting. Wow, I really thought he'd be more respectful than that, you know. But
Can you respond to what he said, aviator?
Oh, is he still here?
Can you respond?
I can try if I don't get. Sorry.
Just respond to what he said. Don't care what channels you're looking at. Just respond to what he said.
Sure. Okay. Right. So the reason why I say it's a force is because under Newton's
So he's ignoring what you've asked him to do. He's not
pseudo-
responding to what I've said. He's telling us what he's saying. We didn't ask you what you had said and whether or not we could understand it for it to be needing repeating again. We understand you've said it's a force, dickhead. I called you a dickhead for it because Cox says it isn't, dickhead. Yeah? Now, what you were asked to do was actually respond to things I've said to you, not repeat verbatim for the fourth time what you're claiming in the face of Cox. Okay, dickhead.
Maybe he's
Try
responding
again.
to me when
Not a theory.
maybe he's just responding to me.
Not a theory, not a force, not holding gas here. Outer space is fake. Astronauts are lying. You started by quizzing how much they were getting paid, like that was important when they're lying about being in a sky vacuum. There is no sky vacuum. There's him talking straight through, glurfing straight through, mic wide open, glurf straight through the middle of me. Yeah, I'm summarising my win, Aviator. You didn't need to open your mic and start making a load of noise in the middle of me summarising the entire debate that you didn't take part in. You just summarised your own position, hand-waving everything I've put to you. Well, what I've put to you is getting summarised. Yes. Astronauts are liars. They're all getting paid to lie about being in a place that isn't real, called outer space. A sky vacuum. What's a vacuum? An area of volume that the high-pressure gas we are breathing would be filling. And there's no force of gravity to stop that occurring. In order to have gas pressure, it must be under containment. According to your heliocentric glurf nonsense, there's a great big volume without any containment between the high-pressure gas and the 10 to the minus 17 torr sky vacuum. Ergo, it violates natural law. Ergo, yes, the men claiming to be in a sky vacuum are on high wire on a soundstage in front of very high-quality cameras. Because that's what NASA do. They're at the cutting edge of cinematography. They're not going to Narnia, otherwise known as a sky vacuum. Next. Well, this is a lot more reminiscent of the typical Friday experience in Discord on politics, or on politics in Discord. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, anybody else want to demonstrate exactly what it is to be an anti-flat earther as opposed to a glober? Because globers are supposed to argue your paradigm, right? Well, it's crazy that somebody would come in and say, well, I know my whole story is that it's not a force, but I'm going to tell you why it is one. That's crazy. You understand that sounds nuts, right? You people who think you live on a ball.
But shock and coincidence, the guy's telling you, the audience, and Discord, that it's a theory. What's a theory? Well, a theory comes after you've validated the cause of an effect you observed in nature. That's a validated experiment, followed by theory. Theory comes afterwards. One or more validated experiment is required to form a theory. Oh, well, let's just call gravity a theory, because everyone's familiar with this term. And they'll think that it's somehow empirically validated. What, your pseudo-geometry theory? I'm going to go with no. But it's a good magic trick word, isn't it? Just like I led into the show with. We're here to tell you how you get duped onto being on a ball. Well, because when there's a violation of a law of nature, they'll tell you, oh, well, science, that's theory, says that there's a force that's not a force holding all the gas to the centre of Earth. That's what he's told you, this bullshitter, this belligerent boy.
Has he defined theory yet?
No, he wanted to tell us all about the theory, though, without defining it. I asked him to, he just didn't do it. He started repeating what he had to say about it being a theory without defining those words. Now he's chanting through me, pointing out that he didn't define a theory, a word he used. He just thinks that glurfing through the top of me is going to get him the win. Define theory.
I
Stuttery little boy.
I think it's like a well supported.
It's not a theory. You stuttery little boy, you belligerent little boy. It's not. You keep using the words that are incorrect and we keep correcting you and all you can do is glurf through the top of me by chanting your nonsense that you're ignorant of through the top of me with your mic wide open while I talk. That's what you've got. It's pathetic. You are pathetic.
Brian Cox's.
You're pathetic. You are pathetic. Yeah, you're pathetic. You're a pathetic little boy. Yeah, I can do it too, Aviator. I can just glurf through the top of you while you talk. Yeah, you're now talking and I'm just glurfing through you, yeah? You're a pathetic little belligerent boy.
You've been talking to me for God knows how long now. So you took out...
Aviator, stop being a dickhead.
Yeah, stop being a dickhead, Aviator.
Just define the word theory, that's all.
Yeah, you keep using it, Aviator. Yeah. We're asking you to define it. You used it, not me.
Yeah, Aviator, if you were actually in good faith here, you would just provide the definition of the terms that you're using. So start with what a theory is. Provide it.
If you need help, Jedi's dropped it in the chat for you at 43 minutes past the hour.
Well, I suppose you could say it's a well-defined, a well-supported like hypothesis.
Holy crap!
No, it is not.
Here you go again.
No, it is
what
not. No, Aviator. A hypothesis establishes the cause of a natural phenomena in a suppositional format. That's an if and then statement. If independent variable, then dependent variable. That's a hypothesis. This isn't that either. You don't know what science is, son. That's why I asked you to define theory and you didn't. Now you're calling it some other science word. No, it's a pseudo-geometry. It's not a hypothesis, and it's definitely not a theory. It's none of the above. You just keep ascribing science words to your religion.
I was trying to define what a theory is. I wasn't talking about gravity.
Well, you were wrong then. Whatever. No, okay, well, you were wrong. If you were saying that a theory is a hypothesis, that's incorrect.
Okay, well, what is it then?
It's one or more validated hypothesis. That's experimental validation forms theory. I already said it 3 times. He's just not listening, Aviator. That's the problem, you see, with belligerent boys. They don't listen. Even though I've told him the answer twice prior, he's still asking me for it. Yeah, you get a theory after you validate. Is that me or is he just glurfing through? He doesn't know. He's had it cited. The mod team sent him. I'm telling him. But he's talking. What is your malfunction? Were you dropped on your head? I'm telling you the answer to that which you didn't know and you're talking. It's not funny. You annoy me greatly. You're irritating. Your ignorance annoys me. Your stupidity annoys me. Do you understand, boy?
Right, I understand. But why isn't relativity a theory then? It's well supported, it's well established, and it's, you know, the scientific consensus.
He's going to get that in, isn't he?
Natural phenomena very well.
He's asking why it isn't. Right, you tell me why it is. It's your claim. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Sorry, why is my claim not something that you're not claiming? You don't need to flip the burden, son. This is your positive assertion of your gravity holding gas here. So do you want to demonstrate that garbage, or do you want to glurf through the top of the question being put to you? I would expect you to glurf through the top of the question being put to you. It's your claim, your gravity, your theory that you didn't define. You went on to call it a hypothesis, which it isn't. You're not defining anything you say. It's none of the above.
Okay.
Not okay. Well, you're irritating. Not okay.
The evidence he's put forward again is, hang on, scientific consensus. Yeah, scientific consensus again is your evidence.
Right. Okay, calm down. Every time you hear the consensus, start piping up. Just shut up for a second. It's a well-supported
I won't shut up for a second. I'm just clarifying again. Just clarifying again that your evidence is scientific consensus. Yeah.
Friend,
this is what it all relies on.
Unless I said the word consensus, just calm down. You've got nothing to add here.
He's a moderator. He runs this room, you stupid, belligerent little boy. Aviator, you belligerent little boy. He runs this room that you're in. He's hosting you stupid boy. He's hosting your dumbass. You're his guest. You unbelievable tosser. You belligerent idiot. You're his guest. So am I. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Well,
oh my goodness.
Funny how clear up your scientific consensus for him again for the 100th time.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to ignore you because I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to
Shut him
Nathan.
up.
Always, like,
Shut
I
him
was trying
up.
to.
So what? You'll ignore us? Yeah, no worries. We'll ignore you. Yeah, you'll be put on server deafen and moved out of the room. You want to ignore us? You want to go about your zealotry in the face of everybody else and what they're telling you? Yeah, then get lost. Go in peace and believe in a ball based on the consensus. Good for you, son. Good for you. Your faith has obviously satisfied you till now. And obviously you don't need to be in a flat earth room telling them that they're wrong to get past your pain. Yeah, your concerns that you might be wrong. Yeah, you're just not going to listen. What, you're going to stick your fingers in your ears and go, la, 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 it is a force. Good for you, boy, good for you. Bugger off and believe in a ball. Here, where we know how Earth's measured, we'll appreciate the awful truth that you don't. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. Your ball faith, including but not limited to Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity, are based on those flat Earth prerequisites. Earth's flat, son. Go and share your pain elsewhere. Tell us you're not going to listen. Like I give a crap. I already dealt with that too. I'll forget you existed when this show's over, son. Meanwhile, you're pleased to meet Nathan Oakley. Yeah, I bet you are. So you can share your pain with me again in future, let's hope. Meanwhile, I don't care who you are. Your pain's irrelevant to me. Go in peace. Believe in your ball.
I was hoping he was going to say the body of science.
Believe whatever he wants.
The problem is, yeah,
if we let him talk, if we let him talk long enough, he might have.
Look,
Got
the
the
problem
excuses.
is, he came in here doing this earlier, yeah. He's had this scientific consensus explained to him. He's had it explained to him that measurements is not science. We've gone through everything, yeah. And what he does is he just circles back around and he has to slip those words in there. Science, scientific consensus, force. Yeah, he's got to try and get that last word in to have that win. He's just being slimy.
Yeah, this is a guy where I said he replaced the word authority, popularity contest. He took those words out and put the word science in. It's like abracadabra or just some sort of magic word that he just adds in whenever there's a word in there that he doesn't like. He doesn't want it to be appeal to authority or some authority figure. He wants it to be something else.
Well, he definitely won't clarify his terms, yeah?
Yeah, because he can't. That's the thing. Like, if he could, he would have by now. He doesn't have the language skill set or education level to articulate what he's talking about. It's like a parrot, who just hears a word and repeats it back. If you were to say, hey, what do you think that word means? It would just look at you and says, peanut? You're like, do I get a treat? Like, I said the word. It's like, Pavlov's response.
Pardon me.
Yeah, just say the word theory and he gets his peanut. Say the word science and he gets his,
Oh, sorry, John wants to ask you something.
Oh, no, I was going to double down. Go ahead.
Was he claiming that the Earth was a non-inertial plane of reference rising at 9.8 meters per second with Einstein?
I don't know. You can ask him yourself.
But
I don't think he was saying that. And I would just like to just say one thing. This is how these globers hide themselves. Like, they have cloaked with ambiguity. Like, they think they're going to cloud themselves over and hide away in a little corner with their ambiguity. And so watch this when it happens. They do it all the time. Do you notice Aviator didn't present any information or definitions to define the terms he was actually using? He just diverted away from it, obfuscated it, and avoided the issue completely. So once again, ambiguity. He thinks he's got cloaking and that he can't be seen. It's amazing.
That's the tactic. That's all they got is tactics, man. Literally all they got. They don't have any argument. This is not an argument anymore. This is not even it's not a debate.
What was the question?
It's just fact.
Are you aware that there is a inertial plane of reference described with the 9.8 meters per second assertion that you're making when you say gravity?
Non-inertial.
Sorry, non-inertial.
I believe so. I think I understand what you're saying. I think so.
All right, welcome to
More
Flat Earth.
ambiguity. More ambiguity. You heard it right there, folks.
Sorry,
and good to hear you, Chocolate. It's been a long time.
Just so we round that out. Welcome to Flat Earth, Aviator.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So you'll need a horizontal plane of reference.
Right over your head.
Mathematics requires a horizontal plane, Aviator.
Sorry, what does? Requires the horizontal
Gravity.
plane? Right.
Yes, that's right.
I mean...
9.8 meters per second per second.
Who doesn't have a clue what you're saying?
You remember when you described things moving to the centre of Earth? That's actually described with respect to a plane of reference at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sure.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm sorry, I don't.
You'll need a plane of reference then. So you'll need a plane of reference? A plane?
Oh, okay. Plane. Okay, yeah. That's quite funny.
No, not funny. Earth will be described in those mathematics as flat, and a plane to describe 9.8 meters per second in the downward direction towards, perpendicular to, a flat plane.
Are you being serious?
Sorry, so are you unaware? It seemed like when you agreed that you understood that this description was with respect to a plane, that you did understand. Now you're asking if I'm serious, like you don't understand how Earth is described as a flat plane of reference in the mathematics of something moving at 9.8 meters per second, perpendicular to a plane of reference. Yeah, I'm serious, boy.
Right.
Earth's flat. That's why I keep welcoming you to Flat Earth. Your own maths requires it.
I mean, they clearly don't believe. No, they clearly don't believe it has to be a plane, like an actual
not
flat,
a belief.
Infinite plane.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's in your maths. Why is he doing that? Yeah, I'm correcting him. He's still talking. It's not a belief. It's in your maths. Do I believe in the plane in your maths? No, I don't. It's just the plane. It's just in your maths. It's your requirement for a plane that you need in your maths. Not a belief. We done?
Okay. No, because I mean, gravity. I'm fairly sure. I mean, look at say Cavendish.
Which one? Which one?
He observed
Which one?
Gravity.
Which one? Which gravity?
I believe. Oh, you can say little g or big G, really.
You're the one making the bleeding claim, boy. Which gravity are you talking about?
Well, I suppose it'd be Newtonian gravity because...
No, you're not. It's 110 years out of date. Definitely not. Did you not hear Cox and Musa tell you it's not a force?
Okay.
It was superseded. I'm still talking, boy. Superseded 110 years ago. Clearly, you didn't go into higher education with respect to pseudoscience of heliocentrism. You only reached a high school level, clearly, because you think it's a force and Newtonian. Oh, my God. Yeah, get with the times, boy. You're 110 years out of date. No, we don't deal in Newtonian gravity. It's the new hotness of bent pseudo-geometry, my boy. Clear?
Right, and Newtonian requires an inertial plane of reference, so it's still flat Earth.
Well,
what are you talking about?
No, Newton is still very relevant though in today because I mean.
So do we need to go through Cox? Do we need to go through Cox's quote? Sorry. Do we need to go through Cox's quote? No. Do we need you to acknowledge this for the fifth time? Fifth time, right? You belligerent little boy.
Please.
Belligerent little boy.
Give me 1 minute.
Belligerent little boy. Hello, that means stop talking while you, the belligerent little boy who's decided to introduce a 110-year out-of-date force. What, to hold the gas here? Now, space is still fake, son. You haven't acknowledged that either. Still wittering on about what we can think about gravity. We know. We're not ignorant like you, son. We know better than you.
Just give me 1 minute, please. Just without
Take all the
Talking
time you
over me.
need, son. You can believe in your bull nonsense for as long as you like. Take 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
10 minutes. You're gonna give me 10 minutes. I hardly doubt that, but I mean, I can try. Right. So even though, okay. So when we're trying in everyday life to figure out, say, the force of this object acting on another, or the speed of this car traveling from A to B, whenever we use Newtonian physics, right? Despite the fact that Einstein superseded it 100 and whatever years ago, we still use Newton because, by and large, he is accurate and correct. He's good enough.
Really?
So,
how many newtons?
Something like,
how many newtons in gas expansion? Where does the
I
newtons
have
fit
no
into?
idea.
I'm asking you a question based on the stupid shit you've just shed. So I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I just want to ask where we've got newtons in PV equals nRT, perhaps. Can you tell me?
Actually, I did this in chemistry. Well, PV and RT. Well, it's like the combination of a couple gas laws, right? I forget what they're called, but I don't know. They did it somehow.
What's the V stand for? What's the V? What's the V?
What is what? Sorry?
The V.
V is volume, right?
Oh, right. So that would be the volume of the containment for the gas that we're breathing at pressure. To use PV equals nRT, we need a calculable volume. Yeah, we'll need a container for that. That violates a principle that you believe in with your heliocentric nonsense of sky vacuums. Because the V in PV equals nRT would be space, outer space, the volume thereof. A gas would be filling it. That would be the volume. Because there's no containment in your religion. So V would be outer space, wouldn't it, son? Say you did this in chemistry.
Wait a minute. What is gas pressure in your opinion?
The force exerted on the walls of the containment. That's how it's defined. That's what gas pressure is, by the way. That's the definition of it. Sorry, what's a theory? Could you define that?
Wait, okay, sorry. Just so that we don't get sidetracked from this specific thing.
Sidetracked? You asked me to define what pressure was, in this case with regards to gas, and I said the force the gas exerts on the walls of the container is gas pressure. I defined it. You keep calling nonsense, garbage, waffle and pseudoscience theories. So could you define what a theory is, please? Second time's a charm.
I reject what you just said, though.
I'm asking you to define something. Let's just put this guy on server mute. He doesn't want to play anymore. Piss off, you stupid boy.
I'll tell you what a theory
Piss off,
as well,
you stupid belligerent boy. You'll now be removed from the discussion.
You sound very belligerent.
You'll be removed from the discussion, belligerent little twat. Bye-bye.
Nathan, if you take what he said as true, that they use Newtonian mechanics every day, and it's good enough, then that means the inertial plane of reference they use to calculate their downwards vector is good enough.
Yeah, the flat Earth they need is good enough.
Newtonian
Meanwhile,
mechanics.
it won't be good enough to describe gas dispersion, will it?
You can't invoke a spinning space pair and then use Newtonian mechanics to describe it, because Newtonian mechanics would require a stationary Earth for them to be applicable. They're not applicable to a rotating. Unlucky.
Yeah, they don't know any of this stuff. Right, guys, we're going to toddle along because we've got a video to review, but we're not going to do that in politics.
Adam just got here.
Been here a full-on hour. It's been great fun, though. Thank you for having us,
Yeah, it's
politics
been a
server.
pleasure having you, mate.
Yeah, it's been great. I feel
Yeah,
like
no
it's
worries,
been
man.
worthy. Definitely. Good talk about science.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Like I said earlier and a couple of days ago, you're welcome anytime. So your surprise visits, yeah, keep doing that.
Will do. And to
What's
those
up,
of you in
Jedi?
my live stream, there's 126 watching. Hopefully, Divergent Droid, sorry to lean on you so much. If you can, spam the link to the politics Discord server. The room we're in is called 24/7 Flat Earth. So check it out if you wanted to join and you're a part of my live stream. Once again, to politics server, thank you very much indeed for having us.
Thank you, Nathan.
Right, we've got a video to cover, so we are going to stay live a little bit longer because we've got a suggestion from Liam, which is this video, which I'll cue up now. Hopefully get the schnizzle of it. We won't find out because Liam's not around. If it's any good or not. Is he in this server? No, he isn't. Right, so this video is called Flat Earth Conspiracy Theories Are Hilarious by PKA Clips. He's a fairly substantial YouTuber, so I'm going to put a link to his video in the live stream chat now. So if you are watching live, please pop along to PKA Clips, who's presumably a smaller derivative of an even larger YouTuber, but nevertheless, that's where this has come from. So please pop along and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that won't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithm. Anybody heard of these guys? PKA Clips or PKA? Anybody know who that is? Their Clips channel's got 150-odd thousand subscribers, so I'd assume that PKA are pretty big. No? Nobody heard of them? Okay. Well, let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Should we get into it?
Before you do, I just want to say, from the beginning, that guy played dumb with thermodynamics, and then he went on to try and be some Newtonian, Einsteinian
I
guru.
learned about this in college. PV equals nRT. Oh, yes, very familiar. All right. Selective memory much? Yes, Neil. Right, should we do this?
You're walking into or watching the video of, when Red Bull dropped that guy from orbit, just watching that and seeing the curvature of the Earth and going, fuck.
Curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I mean, if you want to believe we live on a little marble, I mean, crap, man, this is what, America below, isn't it? What?
Planet New Mexico.
New Mexico, okay. Okay, planet New Mexico.
Fucking hell, Red Bull's in on it.
Yeah.
Red Bull's in on it. I like these guys already. No, but you guys obviously want to buy the bullshit that we're on a ball based on this garbage. So fair enough, more power to you.
Pardon? How far did he fall? 50,000? Does that sound
80,000, I thought.
80,000 what? Feet linear in distance with respect to a horizontal plane measured from sea level? A flat Earth? Are you straight away, guys? You're into telling us how high he is off a flat Earth. You crazy bunch of numpties. Whistling past the flat Earth you'll need much. You're describing his height off sea level.
I saw a fact check on that where it was like I don't remember if I remember the one that was fact checked from like the height of a plane where someone scientifically was like
scientifically getting the height off sea level, were they? Oh, how priceless. Oh, who put this in? Liam, I could kiss you. Awesome choice.
Yeah, you're not high enough at cruising altitude to actually see the curvature of the Earth. Like
what? Not high enough as in elevation with respect to surface level, sea level as measured. Flat Earth prerequisite. You can't see the curve. What, the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation that describes a perspective view hijacked into orthographic to assert that there's a point below surface level, that's sea level, when you raise your eye level parallel with the flat ground to suggest there's a geometric horizon below the surface level that's flat. But you're not high enough in elevation off a flat Earth to see the curve in geometric begging the question mathematics. My God, you guys are amateurs. How pathetic.
Maybe he forgot that there's this whole story about how we're supposed to be able to see boats going over the curve, like with our own eyes. Maybe he forgot that.
These numpty globe believers don't appreciate that in their own begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations, it asserts that the geometric physical sphere edge, described with respect to a flat Earth, is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Well, that's where it's supposed to be, dumbos. Too high to see it? What a bunch of clowns.
Like what you're seeing there is the bending of the glass. You have to be a lot higher than I would have guessed.
What, higher off sea level? You'll need a flat Earth for that, mate. You dumbass.
Before you see it.
I did a little experiment on my own, right? First, I go to my paramotor.
Did he just say he did a little experiment? Did you do a little cause and effect reasoning based on natural phenomena there, buddy? Is that what you did? Or are you a bullshitter? Yeah? Oh, is it experimenting like a kid with his skateboarding? Experimenting on the half pipe? Is that what you're doing there with your experiment? Like a colloquial experiment? Oh, bless.
And I fly at
He's hitting us
12,000 feet.
with the grass. So he's hitting us with the Neil deGrasse. You can't see the curvature of the Earth from 132,000 feet.
Yeah.
That stuff is flat.
Yeah, that stuff is flat, except for the fact that in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that require a flat Earth to assert, the distance to horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. That's your geometric physical Earth curve edge, debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. Because if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as you numpties believe it is, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Exactly as asserted in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths. The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan image is beyond the geometric limitations asserted for your Earth curve visibility at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not Earth curve. Debunked 2020 Black Swan.
Because someone asked me if I could see the curvature of the Earth. And what's
Will
nice
you fly
is,
a paramotor at 12,000 feet?
Yes, he does.
Off sea level. You'll need a flat Earth for that, mate.
yes, people go to 18. My motor stopped running well because the air got thin, but something like that. Anyway,
yeah.
One guy I know that went to 18,000. He worked at a pharmacy, so he brought oxygen for himself and his motor so that it would work at altitude, which is kind of dope.
That's cool.
He just literally took the oxygen tubes and fed one to him and one to...
That's fascinating stuff. What do these guys cover?
It wasn't that scientific. But back on topic.
Sorry, it wasn't that scientific. What if he really measured the thinness of the air and the petrol consumption? Would it be scientific then? What about if he went up with a really big machine that was really good at measuring stuff? Would it be scientific then? You don't know what science is, do you? Yeah, we got a whole bunch of numpty idiots around us that tell us what science isn't. Or what, on the proviso that if it was just a little bit more accurate of a measurement, it would suddenly become scientific? I'm thinking, no, mate. Like many a numpty, you have no idea what science actually is.
Did the mod and then recorded again. I have drums, bass, electric, and acoustic guitar. This isn't exactly the most scientific test in the world.
Can leave a butane can out in the freezing weather, it will seep out and it will lose all its pressure because of the metal shrinking and what's happening to the butane in there. I'm not too exactly scientifically sure on it, but...
So, what are we going to do? We are going to do microphones. Now, it's not a science. This is not going to be a science. I think even if we had a singer on every single one emulating it, still not a science.
Yeah, you know better than the rest of the numpty idiots around YouTube who don't know what science is and think by saying, oh, well, if it isn't that accurate, I can say it isn't science. No, just making things more accurate, that's measurement. Let's just elucidate for my live audience of 120 people what science actually is. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Step 2, formulate a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, that establishes an independent variable, that's your supposed cause, and dependent variable, which is what you observed at step 1, the naturally occurring phenomena. Step 3, actualize your scientific prediction, otherwise known as an experiment. That's to say you vary the supposed cause of the effect and see if it causes the effect. If it does, you validate the cause of the naturally occurring effect you observed in step 1. To summarise, step 1, observe phenomena. Step 2, formulate hypothesis. Step 3, experiment. Now, in addition, the method calls for repeated systematic experimentation. That is to say, to exclude numpty idiots who can't form a proper hypothesis or can't actually put together and construct decent apparatus to actualise their presumed cause of the effect they observed, you would ask many others to repeatedly confirm a validated hypothesis. That's a successful experiment. That is to say, repeated systematic experimentation. That's the only addition. The only addition to the construction of hypothesis is to offer empiricism. You would have a zero difference result alongside the alternative hypothesis. That is to say, if A, then B, your alternative hypothesis, if my presumed cause, then the phenomena I observed in step 1, has a zero difference result alongside. If A, my presumed cause, is varied, then the phenomena will not happen, aka zero difference result, null hypothesis. One or other will be confirmed upon variation and manipulation of your presumed cause. It can either cause the effect or not. One will be confirmed at the end of the process, hence it is empirical. And the empiricism is the reason why bullshitters like the guy today start calling gravity a theory or suggesting it's a hypothesis, because a validated empirical outcome, that's hypothesis actualization, experiment, forms theory.
So I'm at 12,000 feet, and I'm unobstructed view, right? I took my glasses off. I had like sunglasses off. Looked carefully, and I couldn't see that the Earth was curved. I was like, all right, so that checks out. We sort of knew that. And then I looked at
real quick. Do you have a parachute of any kind?
Yeah, so I'm a acrobatic paramour, so I carry 2 reserve chutes, and I've used both.
Is this guy serious? He's talking about jumping out of planes. Cool.
And yeah. Anyway, and then at the plane, I did the same thing where I looked at, was it 32,000 feet
off sea level?
Plane flies something close to that.
Plane flies level in level flight, right? So you're maintaining a level flight above sea level described with a linear measurement. So the measurement up from the ground parallel to it is given in feet, and the distance you're traveling in level flight is given in a linear distance in miles. So these are all flat Earth proofs. But for the fact that you're describing how Earth's negotiated by your plane in level flight with respect to sea level, with your height above sea level, Earth is measured flat for this story, sir.
And I couldn't see the curve at all. I was like, man, I wish.
Well, really? Well, it's asserted to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet when you hijack perspective and call it Earth curve in an orthographic view that also requires Earth have a surface level and eye level parallel with it.
You could. So I wasn't sure.
My guess is you got to be like 6,000 miles up to like truly.
What, a linear distance that's described along the ground up from sea level? That's how high you'd have to be off surface level, sea level, would you, sir? All of you are utilising flat Earth descriptions. Go ahead, whoever that was from G+.
So that's where we could begin to see the curve, 6,000 miles up.
No, it's alleged to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in Earth curve mathematics that requires we measure a surface level and eye level parallel with surface level. Earth must be flat for us to make this orthographic assertion that has hijacked perspective.
No,
so no.
Like 6,000 miles. That's dope.
No, it'd be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet according to orthographic view, perspective hijacking, Earth curve calculations that require Earth be a flat plane measurable as surface level with a parallel eye level with it to give you your height above it. Earth must be flat, but it's definitely not I'll go up 6,000 miles and then see Earth curve. No, it'll be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if it hadn't been debunked by the Black Swan in 2020.
Chocolate, you can see it at about 7,000 or 8,000 miles.
Oh, shut up, Brian. I don't want to go through it again.
You see the curvature of the Earth. But Baumgartner went to, I think, like 38,000.
What'd you say about Felix, Chocolate?
No, I said that's the funny part, right? Because for years we've been hearing, oh, you just got to go high enough to see it, and we've been asking, okay, how high is that? I've never got a response. So now we finally got a number. 6,000 miles, baby.
No. No. Right. We've got surface level, and then you've got your height in feet above surface level with something called eye level that must, I'll say that again, must be parallel with surface level. Right? Now, if you accept that we have a surface level that you can describe and measure your height above, that's your height above sea level in physical reality, then with those two premises standing, you can suggest in an orthographic calculation that at 1.22 times the square root of your observer height as measured off a flat plane, there is a point in the distance called a geometric horizon when looking at the mathematics on a page. That is where it is asserted to be. Not at 6,000 feet, not at 8,000 feet, not at anything other than an orthographic representation that doesn't comport with an orthographic perspective-based reality, because that's what we actually see. It's suggested to be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I don't want to say it again. I'm talking to you, Brian.
Chocolate. Sorry, go on, Chocolate. I'll go after you.
No, I was just saying, Brett, Nathan's not going to let me enjoy it. It's all right. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, but he stopped me. I was trying to tell you a second ago. You can always see, and you can only see curvature in orthographically. So just look orthographically and you'll see it. That's where you see that.
Exactly.
No, you don't need to go any higher at all. You can see it. Just look when you're looking at yourself side on.
Yes, that's exactly what's on screen now.
Meters. Yeah, 36,400 meters.
Shout out to Kelrick for the super chat. Much love, FND and all fluffs.
Oh my God, why are you making
can see it, right?
Whoa. No. How many meters?
36,000.
36,000 meters.
That's a description of a measurement off sea level. They're just going to keep doing it. They can't help themselves, can they? They don't know they're doing it, but they can't help it. Because Earth's measured flat for everyone. All roads lead to a flat Earth. For us, it's just really quick to spot it and point it out when it's somebody that's not glurfing through the top of us pointing it out, because I can put them on pause. Go ahead.
Yeah, as soon as they say height, they're dead.
Yeah, as soon as they say height. It's on screen here. Surface level, that's the flat Earth we'll be measuring. It's also described if you're actually physically measuring it at sea level, because obviously you don't get to see the side of your own head, like in Earth curve calculations. Meanwhile, we must accept that eye level is parallel with it, because that's how the actual orthographic, non-visible mathematics on page functions. Here it is, you can see it. It's called eye level. And surface level, they must run parallel. In other words, how high you are off sea level, parallel with the ground, gives you the derivative geometric Earth curve edge below surface level in this calculation. Earth must be flat and measured as such for you to assert there's an orthographic geometric sphere edge that you'll never physically see in reality because it doesn't exist. It only exists in this maths. Earth curve isn't real. Earth is still measured flat to assert it, though. Go ahead.
And chocolate. Yeah, if you go if you go up to 6,000, if you go 16,000 feet up and look at yourself side on, you'll see it there.
He can't go up and I can't detach my eyeballs from my own head 6,000 miles. You can't get an orthographic view. You never see. We call it Muppet vision. Why do we call it Muppet vision? What's a Muppet? It's a puppet with a guy's hand up its arse. Well, you can see the side of your Muppet's head. You can't see the side of your own, though. Now, if you're a Muppet, maybe you can pretend that you can see the side of your own head. You can't. Right? Muppet vision. That's what this is. Here's you, the observer. Where you're looking over here. So you're seeing the side of your own head and the target without perspective. In these diagrams, they often have a building here, right? Well, the building will be described in feet as being a 100-foot building. You're like, so it's 100 foot here. What about if I move it here? Well, it's still 100 foot. What about if I put it here? Yeah, it's still 100 foot. In other words, the value doesn't change in Earth curve mathematics because it's orthographic. In other words, it's hijacking perspective. The building stays the same size at all distances. Yeah, but in reality, hashtag shit shrinks. Things get smaller as they move further away from you. But if they can take the surface level that you see as a horizon in the distance through your binoculars and put it side on also, is this representative of what you're seeing? According to this diagram, B is looking at S. But yet surface level, this dotted line, that's the horizon. You don't see the side of the horizon. It's utterly absurd. But they've hijacked perspective and called it Earth curve. That's just how it works.
I saw it before.
I remember that guy that came on and said, I made this observation. No, I really did make it.
Yep.
When I was saying you saw the side of your own head.
Yep. I remember that.
Hey, three and change.
Like 100.
Go on. Good.
Yeah, I saw the side of the horizon once before. Yeah.
You're in that mood.
Prove me wrong.
Did you get lucky or something last night? You're in a good jovial mood. What's going on?
I listened to a little bit of the live show, and that guy was on there. I mean, how are you supposed to take it serious when that's the type of representatives they are?
Some belligerent little boy.
Well, technically, you would have to see the horizon side on to see the Earth curve that's mathematically part of, you know what I mean? What's supposed to be there according to them?
Yeah.
How are you going to do
like
that?
That's a lot less stressful to my ears. Yes, exactly. For their mathematics to be real, for this to be real, you'd have to see the side of the horizon. It's utterly absurd.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier that you can always see Earth curve orthographically. It's like you can't see orthographically. Orthographically is only two-dimensional on a page. Go on, Chocolate.
I don't know what you guys talk about. You can't see the side of the horizon. I live at the horizon. So it's got an address.
How can I get the zip code?
Yep. 395.
3959 is the zip code.
90210, baby.
That's Beverly Hills.
Never.
90s memorabilia.
Exactly.
6,000 feet or something.
Look, I wouldn't have drank this much if I knew I was going to come on and talk about fucking math.
How do you get 36,000?
No, 103
feet each.
That's what I'm saying. Like 100, if it's like 36,000 meters, it's gonna be like 118,000 feet or so.
Off a flat Earth. I would tell him off for swearing, but he's got a majestic beard, so he gets a pass.
Oh, you know what it is. Oh, sorry, Nathan. Sorry. It's like we need to find out at what height you need to go to see the side of the horizon. That solves the problem.
Maybe our audience could ask them. So, regardless of them being a hell of a lot bigger than us, and this is a clips video channel, so I can only assume they've got a bigger YouTube channel. But either way, please let these guys know at Nathan Oakley. They seem like nice enough guys, right? I'm sure us being quite brutal with them, they don't know that they're proving a flat Earth with every second description of the height. But meanwhile, you can let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There's 123 of you watching this live stream, so I'm not saying it for my health. Please actually do click on that link if you are in the live stream right now and just leave them a polite comment. Just say, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Just wanted to let you know your heights that you're describing are off sea level. Earth's measured flat for you to make those assertions, or something like that. Just something that doesn't get immediately eradicated by the YouTube algorithmic bots or the channel operator themselves. So just let them know, if nothing else, that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that helps them in the YouTube algorithm. The idea being that if they were to respond, they'd do the same for us. So they'd leave a nice little link to Nathan Oakley 1980 channel in their video while they respond and say, no, how dare you describe feet, meters, or miles as being linear? How dare you describe my height as being off sea level? It's off sea curve, obviously.
Right?
Wait, yeah, you used the tool for that, didn't you?
That's all right. I'm not QE. You can go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Just to the audience, ask them how high do you need to go to be able to see yourself orthographically in 2 dimensions? That solves the problem.
6,000 feet. Obviously.
You?
It's 120,000 feet.
Really?
24 miles.
It's 118,110 feet.
That was timed beautifully.
6 by 3 after timesing the other.
Then you add the zeros.
Yeah, then added the zeros.
Huh. It's the
Dealing with too much noise while commuting, but don't want to look ridiculous with foam earplugs?
Yeah, I do.
Earplugs instead. The best.
I thought would have a bigger impact, but anyway.
I want to know, Kyle. So fact check is that high enough that you can actually see the curvature, or is it still not high enough?
So, are you high enough off a measured flat plane to see curvature? If only you could hear yourself, my friend.
It's still
They're never going to get it.
If you want to be high enough, you're going to need crack. You're going to need PCP.
That's not what he means.
You're going to need morphine.
He's not got a heroin addiction. I think he's talking about altitude and measurements off flat planes.
Can't see the curve.
I think you need to be more like 5,000 miles away or something before you can see it.
Really?
No, probably not. I don't know how far away you got to be, but it's further than that.
Well, don't be so hasty. I mean, you get high enough, it becomes science.
I don't think that Baumgartner could see the curvature of the Earth. I think you're seeing curvature induced by the fisheye of the lens. You
could take
you're a flat earther. Get out! How dare you suggest that this fisheye lens is inducing curve?
With the Baumgartner one, that it wasn't the actual the extent of the curvature, because it was such an aggressive fisheye lens that when he would look down too much, it would almost like the top
bend into a circle.
It was like a.
Yeah, like a fisheye lens. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
There's no way he's looking at the whole fucking Earth right now.
Yeah.
Google's AI, which is always
swearing,
right, says
right?
35,000 feet.
You can only swear like that if your beard is majestic and trimmed, right? This straggly mess, you don't get to swear.
You can see it. I couldn't. I tried.
That's a jetliner. Jetliners are like 32, 33.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't see it.
33. What? 1,000 feet off of flat Earth? Yeah, they are. Yeah. They have to fly in level flight, don't they? Describing their altitude with respect to sea level and remaining in straight and level flight, referencing the horizon as a flat plane to reference their straight and level flight.
Exactly. I could tell you what you can see from 32,000 feet. You can see that Earth is flat all the way.
Well, that kind of kills what I was going to say, but I'll say it anyway. So is he, after saying this at 32,000 feet, did he just say that his vertical height above a horizontal plane didn't show him curvature?
Yeah, basically. Good summary.
Right.
See it that high. It has to be higher.
See it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
It says 3 miles for me. I am not educated enough in this particular topic to have a fucking.
You know who is? Bryce Mitchell.
Bryce Mitchell knows more. Listen to him.
Who's Bryce Mitchell? Oh, we covered him. He's that
The
boxing
MMA
guy.
fighter.
He's a prize fighter, right? Christian guy. I liked Bryce Mitchell.
Yeah, you used to, didn't you? But you don't anymore.
Oh, why is that?
Because he also thinks that Hitler was not that bad a guy.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about his views on Hitler particularly. I mean, a bit disappointed
really
to hear
say
such
that?
nonsense waffle. But last time I heard him, I remember him putting out his standards and being quite dogged in regarding his own faith in a Christian biblical standard that he put to the person interviewing him. Now, but for the fact that he stuck to that quite rigidly and had it as an acceptance within his own faith, I was like, well, that's perfectly legitimate because it's your own personal standard and you're prepared to stand by it and defend it. Good for you. And then I vaguely remember saying, well, if he were to be tuning in, if someone was to let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, these are the arguments we would suggest are a lot more strong. And if you were to then tag on the end of it, well, just like it says in the Bible, more power to you, but here's some better arguments. But I don't remember being that critical of how he went about Flat Earth, because I can only assume now, because he's a fighter, they'll start ad homing him for being dumb or something. I can just tell by the tone before they've even got going.
No, not because he's a fighter, because he's a flat earther. That's the problem for them.
Okay, well, let's see.
Anyway,
that's the conspiracy I'm most
really
fascinated by, because I want to know what's the reason. Who stands to gain from us believing it's not flat?
That's an appeal to motivation fallacy.
Big globe.
That's why.
Like Big Globe.
Go on.
So that's why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Yeah.
The people at Rand McNally.
No. So Earth is measured flat. So it's not a conspiracy. Again, you're in a bit of a category error. Because in terms of how Earth is measured, regardless if your religious belief led you to being under the misapprehension that you're standing on a reified sphere surface that came from the flat Earth measurements and turned into a calculation of sphericity to move you around the sun in orbital motion. That's your belief, but the measurements that came to that for you are flat. So that's not conspiracy. That's just kind of how it is. Earth is just measured flat. Again, like I say, regardless of what you want to believe after that fact. Go ahead.
Sorry, many religions aren't real. But I mean, how come they're not asking? How come they're not asking that question of other religions? Because they don't know that what they're promoting is a religion.
Well, they should
If they
look
knew
at
that, they'd view
Scientology.
it completely different.
Anybody who tries to parallel looking at flat Earth as a religious endeavor, I urge them to look at Scientology, because in so doing, what you're looking at is something that's only half a step removed from basic heliocentrism. In other words, Scientology represents 99% of everything that heliocentrism represents. There's very little difference.
Yeah, my point being is that heliocentrism is a religion.
Yeah.
Like, that was all right. You got that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to compare religions, Scientology is the same as heliocentrism. They're both the same religion. People don't realise that. They're like, Scientologists, they're a bunch of crazy nutters, aren't they? No, they've got the same religion as you if you think you're on a ball moving around the sun. They're exactly the same as you. You both got the same religion.
I'll give you a hint. We burned their books.
I honestly feel like I have my arms around the flat Earth thing, and it's.
That's a reification fallacy. You can't put your arms around a ground measurement of flatness. What are you talking about? Or is it anthropomorphization? It's not a person. You can't hug flat Earth.
Said it on the show before, this is repeated, but it's not so much that the Earth is flat, although for some people it is. I think
No. It is that it's flat. It's measured that way. I just explained all four of you guys have got a belief in a globe that came from flat Earth measurements. Look into the origins of your own religion before you start pouring scorn on people who, quote, believe in this flat Earth thing. For some people, right? No. It's measured flat for everyone, you included. You with your globe belief, it's measured flat for you too.
I think for a lot of them.
Should I give you a couple of examples? Like heights of aeroplanes with respect to sea level, utilising a flat plane and a horizon to level their flight. Those are all flat Earth prerequisites to stop the thing falling out the sky.
It's a general skepticism of everything. You want me to believe anything you say that fluoride?
No, I don't suggest you have to believe or disbelieve anything. When I tell you Earth's measured flat and use your own words to example how it's measured flat, that's me exampling how Earth just is. You guys, you're the crazy numpty conspiracy theorists in this story that you're about to spin by projection onto me as a flat earther. Just so you know, we've seen it for 10 years. People who are actually numpty conspiratards project their numpty conspiratard nature onto us.
Fluoride protects my teeth. That the Earth is round. That you want me to be? I need proof. I need it proven with like first sources. What's the term for like?
Primary.
First tier, primary. Thank you. That's what I was going for. I need it proven with primary sources, things that are indisputable.
Jimbo Con says Nathan versus Jaron, not a shouting match, would be great. I went on Jaron's channel. There was Nathan versus Jaron. You can go and check it out. One of my videos is also labelled if you want to see it on my channel. I went to Jaron to explain on multiple occasions with various different subjects, from science and the scientific method through to elevation angle measurements with respect to a flat planar surface that he'd been told could be utilising GPs tangential to a non-surface in space. So I've discussed many things with Jaron on live shows, Jimbo Con. Just so you know. But thank you for the super chat. Check them out on my channel. Just type in Nathan and Jaron. I'm sure you'll find it in my channel.
Everything. I won't even believe the Earth is round. I won't believe the sun is in the sky. Unless you prove it with a primary source, maybe multiple. So.
Sorry, are you suggesting that's us that would have to have our argument reduced to absurdity in terms of not believing that there is a light in the sky called the sun? There's got to be a description of this, reducing the argument to absurdity.
It's like hyperactive burden of proof.
Yeah.
Not really. I'm not asking you to prove anything when I tell you in no uncertain terms Earth's measured flat. It would be required for you to detail your height above sea level when in an aeroplane. You've just spent 5 minutes describing heights above sea level, gentlemen.
Yes. Yeah,
I think it was, sorry, Nathan. I think they were referring to primary source evidence that it was a globe. Well, the primary source evidence for a globe is a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right, I see where you're going. They're saying that intimating that their opponent would need this primary source evidence for the globe to exist, and they're being unreasonable in not accepting all of this mad primary source evidence that obviously proves we're on a globe. Your response, Brian's response, yeah, but that primary evidence that you're appealing to is flat Earth based.
Yeah, it's.
I'd love to see the proof that it's not round, but
number one, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, because your positive assertion is that it is round. My response to that is to say, were you to not flip the burden onto me and prove your religious belief in a ball Earth, you would very quickly find, as Brian just beautifully elucidated moments earlier, find that you're measuring a flat Earth to make your ball Earth religion come true. So your measurements will be what I use if you ever come across my path and start telling me that, oh, well, I'm yet to see evidence that it isn't a ball. No, all ball evidence is flat Earth based in terms of the measurements of Earth's surface. Go ahead, Brian.
Wasn't Brian, it was me. Two logical fallacies. Proving non-existence is the first one that greases the skids for the invariable burden of proof reversal.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you'd actually debunk the existence of his globe with the primary source evidence for his globe.
Yeah, you take away his, unbeknownst to him, reification of the globe that came from those primary source measurements of a flat plane. So unbeknownst to him, as soon as you recognise the flat Earth measurements that the globe is based on, you debunk what he's suggesting we have to do by burden of proof reversal. I'm yet to see evidence that it isn't a sphere. Get lost.
Every time I've gone down that little rabbit hole, I'm always like, damn it.
Nah,
They're
you
just
can't push back.
bullshitting.
You're the one making these extraordinary round claims. If you make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary proof.
And he's right. He's saying it sarcastically, but he's absolutely correct. That's right. You may say it in sarcasm, my friend, but you're not wrong. He with the extraordinary claim of the Earth being spherical is the one with the burden. Absolutely correct. I like this guy. I know he's saying it sarcastically, but he's jumping out of aeroplanes and identifying fallacies, man. This is my kind of dude.
Taylor, it's on you. Looks flat to me.
How do seasons work?
Looks flat to you. Also, truth. Right? Didn't seem to say it with a hint of irony then, did he? Yeah, it does. That's because that's how it is. It's measured that way, though. Who cares how it looks?
We're getting into the begging of the question now. It's like someone asking, how do seasons work? As if they have... Yeah, as if they have anything validated themselves.
Right. Like they got it in the hopper. I always expose them. I say, sounds like you know what it is. You got it in the hopper. Let's go. Let's get your explanation. And with that explanation, I'm going to need scientific validation of cause and effect. Try it out.
Exactly.
I mean, how does
God's will?
In a flat Earth, how do seasons work?
Oh,
straight away,
yes,
flips the burden immediately. In a flat Earth, how would seasons work? Well, they just work. But Earth's measured flat regardless of me attempting to be a meteorologist.
They've always got some sort of...
Go on.
Sorry. Seasons works the same. Their explanation for how the seasons are going to work on their heliocentric globe are derived from real-world elevation angle measurements to the sun. And it's yearly pattern, or it's yearly cycle. So what they think is some kind of a gotcha only shows their ignorance to those who aren't ignorant in the topic.
I could just say the same thing back to him. How does day and night work in a globe? If they go, well, on a globe, which... No. The description of heliocentric motion takes place from within a globe. So how does day and night work in a globe? Go.
Mm-hmm. Nonsense. Like they think that we're moving back and forth from the...
Sorry, why are you telling me what I think? Yeah, you're going to piss me off real quick. Don't tell me what I think, or I'll start telling my audience what you think. You know, this man's... I better not. It'll be really dirty. Yeah? If I start telling my audience what you're thinking, you wouldn't like it, mate. And neither do I. Don't tell your audience what I think.
The sun or something. It's always some nonsense, like, diorama bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, if it wasn't for the comical attempt to smear us.
Diarrhea?
Some diorama nonsense, huh? Is that right, Kyle?
Probably say the other planets look round because they're just in our dome or whatever.
Nice sentence fragment.
That's the way they painted them on the dome.
That's the way they were painted. Yes, of course.
But this is what they think. They try and project what they're actually considering onto an opponent, an imaginary opponent, somebody that's not really there. They think, insert what this guy is actually postulating metaphorically in his own brain as he contemplates this garbage and says it doesn't work. What he actually means is, I can't comprehend this stuff. Therefore, my opponent would think this. And he spews out the pathetic comprehension that he's got, like it's his opponent's view. Now, this guy up here, while he's listening to all this, is the only one that seems to be in deep thought about it. He's already identified the fallacy. So this guy's now actually thinking. You can see it's written all over him.
Of course. Yeah, I don't get it. If that was ever proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, told you. Next sentence. I just don't get it. Yeah, don't project your ignorance. That's fine. Yet not knowing is okay. You don't have to project that onto me.
Like, I think we'd have to restart science. We'd have to.
What, restart the empirical method of cause and effect establishment through systematic experimentation after observing a phenomena in nature? We need to restart that, do we? I know it served us really well. Don't need to restart anything, mate. That process is really, really good.
Yes, you do. We got to restart it. We got to go back to basics. I agree with him.
Yeah, what he means is restart the pseudoscience and consensus science and bullshit pseudoscience that he's been fed to be told he's on a globe. We need to restart that because he doesn't know that science is a method of establishing empirical causation when looking at natural phenomena. He thinks it's bullshit stories about lights in the sky because that's what they're discussing, isn't it?
Just start it over again. Who knows
throwing reams and volumes into the garbage, being like, "Fuck! All right, let's double check
the
moon.
The thing is, like, the idea that people ever thought the Earth was flat is nonsense anyway. What's the
Really? Why would they be measuring it like that from sea level? If it's nonsense, why did you guys all describe elevations with respect to it? Yeah, it seems like you're decrying your own heights above sea level when you tell us that it's nonsense to even think the Earth's flat. You did. Every single one of you on this panel. You required it to be that way.
What's the guy? Erasmus. That's not his name.
Aristophanes? Yo, Kyle, given that you guys have already ruined my monetization with the effing and blind, you're a fucking retard, Kyle. Yeah? My name's Nathan Oakley, Kyle. I'm a flat earther. I'm calling you a fucking retard. Okay, just let your card be marked with the word retard.
I do have to point out that you, Nathan, also said it wrong. It's Eratosthenes.
Aristophanes. You don't know that's correct.
Copernicus?
Erasmus or something like that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Earlier on when I said that the primary source evidence for their globe would debunk it because it's a flat plane measurement, right? It was Eratosthenes. It was the Eratosthenes measurement I was talking about.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Get the name right. How does it go, QE?
Eratosthenes now.
Eratosthenes.
Dang, Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Yo, Eratosthenes was spot on, man.
Eratosthenes measured Earth flat.
Did this experiment where they...
Kyle thinks he's doing an experiment when he's measuring elevation.
Remember, there's a radius in his thing. Remember, so it's not flat.
Again.
Oh.
And their angles. So.
Yeah, angles are two straight lines.
No, angles is the space between those straight lines. We don't care about the straight lines. What are you doing? Come on, brother.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother moron. Robert, brother. You're in the wrong group, son. Go back to
No, I'm in the right group.
Boys.
I was invited here. Brother. Please. I was invited.
Hey, why don't you tell Nathan about your circular triangles, please?
Yes, Nathan. There's a thing called circular triangles. They're called rouleaus. Look it up.
Literally about 10 seconds ago, you just told me that the lines between the points weren't relevant. I mean, that's nonsense. But if the lines between the points aren't relevant according to you, how can you describe anything about those lines between the points as being circular if they're not relevant according to you?
We're talking about the angles, brother. So we're talking about alternate angles.
Okay, can you define what an angle is, please, Robert?
The space between two between two lines.
No, that's incorrect.
The space between two lines. That's what an
I
angle
heard
is.
you the first time, Robert. That's wrong.
That is right.
All right, where did you get the definition? Let's have a read.
That is the definition in geometry.
Where did you get the definition from? Let's have a read of the source.
Yeah. Who came up with Euclidean geometry?
So do you want to cite this? Do you want to cite it where it says that an angle, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex by definition, is actually not relevant to the space between them by definition? Is it just me? Am I being glurfed through? Is it just me as Robert glurfing through the top of me? Am I being glurfed through? Is Robert glurfing through the top of me? Muting me, right, Robert? Is it just better if you glurf through me there, Robert? Yeah, I was talking, Robert, yeah. Yeah, no, an angle's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You've just made something up, and then when I've asked you to cite it, you've refused.
No, I'm citing it right now. This is a dictionary from Webster's dictionary. The space between the two lines. That's an angle. That's from Webster's dictionary. Let's keep going.
Do you want to post it?
That would also be parallel lines.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is that
the
posted?
Corner.
Guy Robert.
The corner.
Guy Robert, just chill. Take a chill pill. Try not to glurf through me.
No, you take a chill pill, not me.
Okay, do you want to post it and we'll have a look at it?
No, post yours first and let's have a look at it.
You were the one who
Sounds
bought
like
it.
one of them
Post
scammers.
mine. I didn't bring it up. You did. You bought up Aristophanes' angles that he's measuring off a flat Earth. They're two straight lines meeting at a vertex, and it seems like I'm getting glurfed through while I describe a summary of the situation. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get glurfed
You said I was wrong.
Definitely being muted by Robert currently, just for my audience's benefit. He's muting me while I summarise. Aristophanes, yeah, going to get glurfed through. Got a glurf to win. Right, glurf? I'm talking about the angles, straight lines, two of them meeting at a vertex that Aristophanes is measuring. They're elevation angles, more specifically, that he measures off a flat Earth.
Thank you. What's an angle? What's an angle? Define an angle.
Two straight lines meeting at a vertex?
No, it is the space between those two lines.
Would you want to post that and we'll read the citation that you claim it is and we'll have a read of it? Let's have a look. You said it was Merriam-Webster?
He needs to post what a vertex is.
I know where he got it from. He got it from a Google search, and it's the space, usually measured in degrees, between two lines, intersecting lines, or surface at a or close point to where they meet.
Yeah. So straight lines meeting at a vertex, according to that definition, pretty much like I said. You seem to allude to the idea. Got to glurf through me, right, Robert? Right in the middle of my sentence, right? The glurf mute button you've got to use. Still glurfing through the middle of my rebuttal to your shite that you were wrong about. No, it's not. Regardless of the distance between the points, as you asserted, you were just wrong. You were just lying. You're a glurf scumbag lying to my audience. Got 125 people that listen to you glurf lie about what an angle is because Aristophanes is measuring an elevation angle. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. They're not curved lines. He's measuring an elevation angle. That means he's got a flat plane that he's... Got to glurf through the top of me, right, Robert? Got to glurf through me. Got to mute me. Do you need a neutral platform so it's tolerable when you mute me? Did you need a neutral platform so you could just mute this, right, Robert? No, he's measuring a flat Earth. I'm still summarising and you're still glurfing through the top of the summary of me winning and describing Aristophanes and his flat Earth measurement with respect to a plane of reference because it's an elevation angle. Now, I've only made 3 attempts to make this elevation angle measurement that he's measuring abundantly clear while you tell me about what an angle isn't. Lie, glurf, and mute me. Well, I'm going to define what an elevation angle is because that's what he's measuring. An elevation angle. Altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Did you say the word
by design.
between?
Got a glurf mute button that you've got to use through the top of me defining an elevation angle because that's what Aristophanes is measuring. An elevation angle measurement is what he's measuring. Stick and shadow, line on the ground, both straight, angle measurement, vertex is what he's measuring. a flat Earth measurement, Robert. Now, you've got a glurf mute button that you can use, and you're using right this second.
Are you going to
as
ignore
I
the word
summarise my
between?
win? All you've got is the glurf mute button. You've used it 6
Are you going
times.
to ignore the
I haven't
word
taken breath. For
between?
my audience's benefit,
Between.
this is what glurfs do. I haven't paused for breath yet. I've only just got to the
Between.
end of the
You
statement,
said
and he's still
between.
glurfing through the top of me with his mute button. Got a glurf mute button you want to use there, Robert?
Why are you acting like that?
Brother,
He's losing.
you said the word between, and you're ignoring it is the space between those lines we care about.
Space between
Oxford
the
Dictionary.
intersecting
We heard you the first
The
time.
The space between the intersecting lines.
We got you. We got you, yeah.
That's the
Between the straight
angle.
lines, yeah.
You said between. Now
You
you
were
want,
wrong.
come on, be
You were
honest.
wrong, dude.
Be honest.
You said it was a space
Citation.
between lines. You were wrong.
Hold on a second. We need to see that citation. I'm sitting here waiting.
Oh.
It's not in here.
Okay, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it right now from Oxford
All right,
Language
thank you.
Dictionary. Let me do it.
Merriam-Webster. I thought you said Merriam-Webster.
Yeah,
you
you
liar.
said Merriam-Webster.
No. I'm giving you another one. I'm trying to back up my claim.
Well, let's, so,
yeah.
sorry, the one you
Let's
gave
put
us
in there
already, were
nothing.
you just lying about it coming from Merriam-Webster, or can we have that one?
It is okay. Okay. You want the both of them? I was just going through all the play.
Glurf, idiot, liar. My audience, I'm just going to close that line and point out that this is how you behave when you're a glurf scumbag. You just lie to us. We've made it explicitly clear twice, me and QE. Yeah, you've claimed this is a citation. You've said it's from Merriam-Webster. Give it us. Do you want to give it me twice? Do you want the other one, brethren? Give me the one that you've said you've cited, or I'll remove you, you stupid glurf lying dick.
All right, brother. I will post the one I cited as well, so that you just listen and just relax.
All right, brother.
I am the winner
I'm waiting.
of this discussion.
You're the winner.
No, you're not.
Let's see it.
Earth's measured flat with elevation angles as defined. You just
Yeah,
glurfed through the top of me, and now you're glurfing through the top of me again. Nobody's speaking to you, just glurfing through me. I was talking. I cited it. I described what an elevation angle was when I defined it by sustainable by design. It requires the horizontal plane. Got a glurf mute button being used again. I'll try again. So in sustainable by design's definition, you require a horizontal plane, the observer. Got a glurf, second attempt. Scum. You just scum. There's no other words to describe it. Now I've got to close my Discord line. Can't do anything else because I'm not getting to the end of my citation about the elevation angle measurement being utilised by Aristophanes, which is defined as the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's what it's requiring in the measurement. Why am I still getting glurfed through? You've got to mute me, right, Robert? You've done it 5 times in the end of the same citation. Now, it's not that you're going to acknowledge the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So you're glurfing through the top of it every time.
Between.
Do you want to acknowledge my citation? I've just cited the elevation angle measurement and what that is. And it requires a horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You want to acknowledge that, Robert? Rather than glurfing through the end of me asking you to acknowledge it, you're going silent and then I'm repeating that there's a horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Can you acknowledge that? That's what's being measured. With the sticks and the shadows?
Measure the angle.
Yeah, elevation angle. Elevation angle, mate. That's what he's measuring. An elevation angle of the sun.
The Merriam-Webster
angle.
Okay, you're an idiot, sir. It seems like you, like the other chap, were dropped on your head because you're just chanting the word angle rather than acknowledging that it's an elevation angle measurement to the sun. Rather than
elevation angle.
Now you're glurfing angle through the top of me with your mute button. Yeah, you're just a retard.
That citation for Merriam-Webster's definition of angles in the Master B, if you need it.
No, we need it from him.
This is your brain. And this is your brain on globe.
You're not going to get it from him. What he said is not what that is.
Trying to ignore the word between. Do not do that.
Between, brother. So, from Q math, angles are formed when 2 lines intersect at a point called a vertex.
Yes.
That's
right.
I've got the definition from Merriam-Webster. And it does. Where does it say between?
No. He said between. In his spiel.
Sorry, just guys in G+. Just a second, guys in G+. You glurfed the word between during me trying to explain what an angle was by definition about 5 times. You're opening your mic and glurfing. You're now glurfing straight through the top of me now. As I speak, you're glurfing with your mute button. As I point out for the second time, you, sir, are a liar. You claimed you got a definition of angle from Merriam-Webster and kept on glurfing the word between. The word between, where is it? Yeah, you're just a liar. You glurf.
I am not a liar. I am not a liar.
So it does not say the word between on the Merriam-Webster definition. It doesn't say it. You're a liar. Okay?
Did he end, Buddy Pelican?
He's a liar. Just like all glurf scumbags. He's a liar. He's got to come here and chant through the top of me explaining actual definitions and citing things, interjecting with things he makes up and lies about. Like between. It's not even on the citation. He's just a scumbag, a liar, a glurf, and now he's chanting through me, highlighting what a scumbag he is. Because he's a glurf. He's a globe-believing scumbag liar, chanting about things he's made up through the top of me.
Why are you doing personal attack?
Nobody's asked him for anything, by the way. Nobody's invited his response. Nobody's talking to him. I'm telling my audience about what a scumbag he is, and he thinks it's his turn to talk. I'm about to shout out Retro Bill for a super chat. This asshole, let's just describe him what he is, a lying asshole, thinks it's his turn to talk. Nobody's talking to you. Shut up. Shout out to Retro Bill. Great show, Nathan. Smooches and snuggles to Estrathenas, Aristopimus.
It's Erasmus.
Aristmimus. Thank you for the super chat.
Erasmus.
Erastimus. Erastimosines. Should we cover a bit more of this video, or should we round out?
Yeah.
Live for 2 hours.
Oh yeah, before we go to the land of misfit toys. Yes.
We're not in the last. We're in our own server. Well, I hope we are.
Yeah, I know, but we're going there after.
Oh, are we now?
Yes, we are.
In my little dig at you earlier, I said to Brian, I was like, "It's okay, Brian."
Okay, it's in the chat area. Oxford first, Webster's next. Space.
The chat.
That's what angle is. Space between the lines. It's not the line.
Exactly what argument
between the lines.
Dude, you numpty dipshit. It says, listen, the space between two intersecting lines. You forgot that.
Did you leave it? Why did you glurf out that word? Did you just feel that it wasn't necessary when you were reading out the citation to ignore the bit that debunks your nonsense? Because you need spherical. Maybe glurfing through me asking will mean you win. Maybe muting me in the middle of me asking why you're a scumbag will stop you being a scumbag. Maybe just mute me. Just mute me. Yeah, maybe you need a neutral platform so this is okay. We're pointing out you're a disingenuous scumbag lying glurf and you think that you can just chant through me, do you, Rasta?
Take it up with Oxford.
Yo, brethren, you're a bumperclot. You're a bumperclot. Yo, bumperclot. You're bumperclot. You're a lying Rastafari. Yeah, you're lying bumperclot, Rasta. He's a lying bumperclot, Rastafari. Shut your nasty mouth, man. Yeah, man, he's gonna suck my teeth at you, man. Shut your bumperclot head.
Those are the people you have a contention with.
Shut your bumperclot head, Rasta. He's a lying shite.
Man, yo, I posted it in the...
Yeah, bumperclot. Nobody wants to hear your shite lies no more, bumperclot. You understanding me, man?
And
yeah, I'm not tired, bumperclot. I's vexed, bumperclot. Cause of you, man. You, man, vexing me, bumperclot, with your lies and ting. You understanding me, brethren? You are bumperclot with your lies and ting. Now shut your mouth, man. Don't want to hear no more lies from your bumperclot.
I posted my proof.
Shut your dumbass mouth. Done with you, you ridiculous fool. Shout out to...
That's pretty good, Nathan.
I grew up in Birmingham around a lot of black people. Shout out to Chow Young Cat for the $7.77. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart God raised from the dead, you will be saved. Romans 10:9. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Raised him from the dead.
Powerful verse right there. Powerful.
Well, I ballsed it up, so I took away some of the power by misquoting it. Terrible on me.
Yes, you did.
I should do it justice by reading it again. If you declare with your mouth, Jesus is Lord, end quote, and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Romans 10:9. There you go.
That wasn't the end of the quote, by the way.
That wasn't the end of the quote. Well, it is in the super chat. Super chats are always right.
I don't even know where he gets the angle on a globe anyway.
Right, I've got to round out. We will do a bit more of this video.
Brother, hold on.
Who's causing that row?
Brother, hold on.
Don't call me brother.
We got ball busters. We got ball busters tomorrow. Make sure you.
Okay, well, I'll do the live shout out. Last thing I do then. That's a fair enough shout, so I'll do that now. So if you're watching this live, tomorrow is Ballbusters. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel for Ballbusters. But with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Ridiculous.
No swearing.
Well, let's go through what his argument actually was. His argument was there is two lines and there's a space between them, and you need that space for it to be an angle. It's like, no way. It's like, of course there's a space between the two lines. How can you have an angle without there being a space between them? You know, that's the part you're measuring. You're measuring that space. I mean, he fought tooth and nail, and he even lied to get that point across. What? That's not a point. That's just so. That's not a point. I don't know how. What the?
Hey, Elijah,
that's like arguing that water is wet.
He was going to say something.
That's like arguing that water is wet.
Go ahead, Eli.
Elijah.
Why? What? There's no noise.
Why? Because when you open your mic, it sounds like a busted chainsaw.
Is that what it sounds like to everybody right now?
Yeah, it's only when someone else.
Now.
It's if you open your mic while someone else is talking. What happens is for a few seconds, the G Plus server is going to try and get rid of any noise that you've got at all, and it just causes a squelching sound while Brian's talking.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got too much bass.
Brother, your mic is a trainic.
That sounds more Irish.
That was Scottish.
You don't get to call these guys aren't Rastas. What are you doing? Just because they're black doesn't mean they're Rastas.
Anyway, that's just a complete
yes, chocolate's black. Yes.
No, it was a complete waste of time.
Hello.
No way.
Hello, middle of Eli trying to make a point. Go ahead, Eli.
It was a waste of time. We were finishing up on a video. This guy comes in and it's like, what the fuck was this?
No swearing.
No swearing.
Is this Ringling Brothers or something? Like, it's, man.
I don't know who they are.
I don't like that guy either, so it is what it is.
He wanted to argue between.
It's Valentine's Day.
We've only got a couple of minutes left on the video if you want to do it.
No, we want to get
on the summer solstice or whatever, and they measured the angle of the sun, and one of them was 100 miles further north than the other, and via the discrepancies in the angles of the sun, he could tell that one of them, that the sun, the source of the light itself, was further south than, you know.
South is a flat Earth direction, and the angles are measured with respect to a plane. Everything he just described proved a flat Earth.
No, then one of the poles and the other. He proved then, like thousands of years ago, that the Earth was round.
He measured Earth flat. Everything you just described was measuring Earth flat.
And then
who was that?
Like
that was Kyle.
You see the way they can't even get the basics of the thing. Like all they'd have to do while there was just Google on their phone and come up with some rubbish from some other numpty that's just a little bit closer to the actual story. They can't even do that. 100 miles and there was 2 people in 2 poles. It's like you don't know anything about the story, and you're promoting it as some kind of proof for this ridiculous religion you believe you have.
Remember the smoke signals guy?
Yeah, 500 miles away. A smoke signal.
He deleted that video, by the way.
He's right.
Kept sailing around it. It wasn't just Magellan. It's not like Magellan was by himself in a rowboat. There was a whole bunch of motherfuckers with him. I think that first cruise they lit out with like a whole bunch of boats and maybe 1,300 men and like
all using flat maps and navigating with the stars.
150 made it back on that voyage to go around the Earth. I read something like that.
They're navigating Earth flat with flat Earth elevation angles to the stars. Do you not know anything about navigating? Clearly not.
At the other day.
I just heard it from the Alex Jones rant.
Oh, does he have a rant on this? I love Alex Jones. I did $30,000
on the Earth. I gotta say, I disagree with them.
Do you? Have you heard him out?
I haven't heard him out, but I can genuinely say that I have earnestly sought out, like looking for, we used to do the conspiracy bit on this show, which we should do again. But I've earnestly sought out, like I wanted to make flat Earth theory my conspiracy.
Not theory. You're in a category error. Earth being measured flat, right? That's maths and measurements. Theory comes after scientific validation. You're in a category error.
Yeah. I've been sitting on 3 conspiracy ideas for over a year.
Yeah, I should have pointed that out. Exactly, Brian. It's not a conspiracy either. Measuring Earth. How's that a conspiracy? It's like when they describe the mapping or the heights above sea level. You guys in a conspiracy? You're in a big conspiracy to measure the flight and its straight and level nature with respect to surface level and sea level measurements of height. Are you in a conspiracy? Are you guys trying to convince us all it's flat when you describe those heights above sea level? I mean, what are you talking about?
Year.
So.
Well, don't. Well, maybe we should do this again.
I'll do JFK.
If we do it, I do call flat Earth because I will find a way to back.
I don't want to give away specifics, but I'm asking you guys all to stay away from the NBA. I know I had to put that out there. We're all racing to it.
Please, for the love of God, if you do that again, I would love to be a part of that. For one, Taylor, your fucking Helen Keller bit like legitimately convinced me Helen Keller was just like. Still, like, to this day, I'm on that.
And, what? I have no idea what they're talking about. Do you know what they're talking about?
No, you see, they use a lot of swear words because that's kind of a macho thing to do, and I think that's the thing. I think that's what is the kind of go-to for some kind of a man podcast. Let's use a load of swear words, as if that makes you anything. Go on.
Sorry, Brian. They're literally doing the thing they claim that flat earthers do, right? That, we're just looking for a conspiracy to make ourselves feel different than everybody else. If you listen to them, they're bidding on what conspiracy they want to be their own. This is ridiculous. This is the dumbest conversation I've ever heard.
My one's reptilians.
That train,
my conspiracy is reptilian.
I vote Bigfoot. Sorry, were we taking votes first? I vote Neil has ghosts.
It's between, brother.
You can have Roswell, QE.
100%, dude. As I was going through,
like a blind, deaf feminist activist.
This is just true. Like this is
communist
obviously true. Dude, that's the most culturally relevant thing, which isn't saying much, I've ever said on this show. Is I still will get people mentioning that regularly every time Helen Keller comes up
because it's just taught. It's taught in schools. Like it's just like absolute. Like that is the truth. It's like you take.
Who's Helen Keller? What are they talking about? Anybody know what they were babbling about?
Helen Keller is a famous person from history. I don't remember why. But did she kill her family?
She was blind, deaf, and dumb. She was blind, deaf, and dumb. Yeah, she made bread.
What about her?
Don't you hear my comebacks when I bring up Helen Keller?
No. What was your comeback? I don't know what it is, so I don't know what the comeback would mean.
You use a lot of comebacks. No one knows what you're talking about. Including me.
An American thing.
Brother, when they say you're a clown and you're retarded. I said, if I'm a clown and I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller. How many times have I said that through the years?
6. No, 7.
7.
3.
Okay, fair enough.
5.
What? Okay. We're not going to find out the significance. It's obviously culturally significant in America.
Helen Keller was blind and deaf and mute.
And
what she learned is the point.
Yeah, and she created. Never mind.
Did she think the Earth was flat?
Did she dance? Was she a weather woman? I mean, what did she? Okay, but what did she overcome to become of cultural significance?
She learned to communicate without any of those abilities.
She learned to what?
She learned to communicate without any of those abilities.
Okay.
She had quite a struggle, let's be honest.
It would be.
Take any critical eye. It's like, wait a minute, this makes no fucking sense.
That's ableist.
It's beyond retarded. And guess what? On that episode, I convinced both Anthony Cumia and Dick Masterson.
I love the moment where
I'm
you
on board
convinced
too.
Dick
I'm on
because
board
like
too.
you just started reading from some of her alleged writings. He's like, "I'll get the fuck out of here."
That was so fun. I felt like I found gold when I got that. Where I was just like, "Wait, this is action." Because I went into it being like, "I'm gonna."
I don't know what's funny.
I don't know what's funny either. It's like, let's all just laugh along because it's like some guy sweat something and another guy kind of came at him then. And, yeah, bro.
Yeah, brother. Go to something more productive. Can we go, brother? Land the misfit toys, brother.
You want to go into the server now?
He missed it this week. He went to politics twice. I'm in politics.
Does it matter?
Yeah, because I spent all my time in there now. We got to go after John, the PhD over there, and all their refracts. It's like stepping back to 2015. It's a hoot.
But they need to have the mods in place, like SE Montreal and that.
No,
usually
we
when
can
they're
just go
random,
in
you need
there.
to have the mods in place. You know?
Jeremy's there right now.
They'll welcome us.
I just pulled up the live stream. Jeremy's there. So is your buddy, Manufactotum.
Degrees. The measurement of degrees. That is a measurement. That is a measurement, right? Degrees.
It can be. So if I put a
It can be.
thermometer,
Yeah, what do you mean it can be? It is. It's a measurement. Degrees.
degrees is a unit. If you relate that to a measurement, then it's a measurement, but it's not necessarily. I can make up degrees and it's not a measurement.
Yeah, you take an angle to something, you get it in degree, your number in degrees, and now we have a measurement, right?
Yes, that's a measurement.
Okay, that's a measurement. That does not exist in the spherical excess paper.
Right. You know what else is a measurement? Taking that same measurement, doing it 7 or 8 times, and taking an average. That's also a measurement.
No, it's not. That's not a measurement, because when you do that, you end up with 3 digits past the arc second, and that is impossible to measure. So that's how we know it's definitely not a measurement.
No, I disagree. Same with the pool. You want to stick a thermometer in there. How do you know that
That's not a
reading is
measurement.
accurate for the entire pool?
That's not a measurement. That's 7 measurements and then a statistic.
No. My point is, if you want to measure the temperature of that pool,
No, an average is not a measurement. It's a statistic.
Corner. If you take that thermometer, you stick it in a corner. How do you know that's the same for the entire pool?
An average is not a measurement. An average is not a measurement.
It is a
An
measurement.
average is not a measurement. It is a statistic.
It can be. It can be a measurement. It absolutely can be a measurement.
Statistic.
Okay, but in this case,
it's quite literally a
not,
statistic. Something derived from the data, sir.
Okay.
An average is something you get after you've.
Right, guys in G+, let's just ease our way in. I'm on mute in their server just for now. Let's just have a listen for a minute or two, right?
Brian, he hasn't said anything yet. Just relax.
Are you on mute?
Just chill. They
Good.
can't hear us
Yeah.
talking. We can have this
Good.
conversation. They don't know we're
Holy
talking.
Shit, this is beyond retarded already, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Nathan's got to wait until he get a spot to where he can say he's here.
I don't know. Should we send him some fish oil or something?
Right.
Ooh, that sounds pretty.
Right, I'm going to put you back on mute.
Off the top of your dome, if you want, you can grab a source. I don't care.
Off the top of your dome.
All right, I just put that link in there. Sorry to call you guys B-word. My bad. I just kind of, but I just put a link in there. And yes, degrees have inches. There's measurements to it.
Can have inches. This is not related to that at all, though. You can turn it into inches. You can say, oh, it's 1 arc second lower. And given how far away it is, that translates to this many inches. That's not what we're talking about, though.
Then you're not talking about even measuring then. You're not even, there's no way to measure then in your world,
That's the
right?
thing. Hold on. Hey, Tony, from your source, about halfway down, it says it's all relative. If someone asks how small is an arc second, the answer is relative. It depends on how big the circle is
Yes.
of which the arc second is a part.
Yeah, exactly. It has to do with the circle. So I mean, or it has to do with whatever you're measuring. But it's easy to measure that,
I have an answer. I have an answer for the guy who was quizzing me from AI Google himself. So let me yes. Measurement is the process of calibrating instruments to gather data, while statistics is the process of analyzing data. So a statistic is fundamentally different from measurement or data. Data and measurements are on the primary initial side. Statistics are the processing of that data for analysis. An average is a type of statistic. Do you want a screenshot, sir?
But it's still
a screenshot.
I don't. Sure, go ahead. So I don't discount AI by default, but the fact that
you know why I'm telling you this? Because I've read it in a statistic textbook before. That's why I remember this, because I learned it. You sir are disagreeing.
Well, that's fine.
How is
Google confirms what I learned, sir. That's why I'm trying to correct you. It's not a dick measure. We can all just learn about the difference. We can all just learn about the difference between a measurement and a statistic, and it doesn't have to be about our egos.
Well, a statistic has to do with the accumulation of all the measurements that you took, right? So in reality, it is a measurement because it's all the measurements you took and analyzing them.
No, that's not the argument.
No, because you can have different statistics from the same data, bro.
Okay, but they all come from
a median and an average, and those are two different statistics from the same data. Statistics are specifically different from data, bro. This is like fundamental data science, fundamental statistics. I don't understand why you're arguing about this. I just read off the Google thing for you.
I just read off. That's fine. I'm trying to say that there's not measurement in a statistic, or I'm just saying that there's measurements in a statistic. They are. If you're analyzing measurements of something, you're measuring a football field, and everyone's doing. And
so you're arguing with your own academic institutions. I'm just here to let you know and correct you. The argument is really like
honestly, think about it. A statistic has measurements in it. It has all the measurements.
I don't need to think about your random theory when I have your institutions that disagree with you vehemently. Thank you.
I'm saying like measurements is a part of a statistic. If you're measuring things,
just like an engine is part of a car, but a car isn't an engine, sir. This is very basic stuff.
That's not what we're saying, though. That's not what.
Did someone want to critique this again while I'm on mute? Feel free.
A statistic doesn't have anything necessarily to do with a measurement. A statistic can be based on nonsense.
I've just got that Vic Reeves quote. 64.9% of all statistics are made up on the spot.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Right, let's go back on mute. Let's have a listen in.
Triangle. Show me a paper with a measurement of a spherical triangle in it. Let's see it.
Any geodesy,
you have to
measurements in that line of work, in that field, will have the statistics. Or the statistics. See, you got me saying statistics now. We'll have the measurement.
Tony. The problem is you have to hunker down what a measurement is because that's exactly the trick. Like they're asking for a measurement because that disqualifies most of what you're going to find regarding this topic. That doesn't
We're
mean
asking for a measurement because that's how you get information about geometry is by measuring it.
So it sounds like a good way to get out of actually having to like prove your side's right is what it sounds like is what's going on here.
No, it sounds like you guys you keep asserting that an average is a measurement when it's not, and your own institution disagrees with you. And we're asking for a measurement, and you keep giving us. We're asking for a measurement, and you keep giving us a statistic. And we've told you time and time again that is not a measurement, that is a statistic. And here's the thing. And you guys disagree with your own institutions. Maybe you're just the wrong Glober. Maybe you're just the wrong Glober. Your own Glober paradigm.
You said the measurements average.
The mainstream paradigm. And yeah, you seem to have an internal contradiction within your own worldview.
You said average isn't a measurement. I'm saying there's measurements in an average if you're measuring something. Do you get what I'm saying? There's measurements in an average or in a statistic because you had to accumulate all the measurements of everyone to come up with an average. All of that average is the statistic, and they're all made of measurements. I mean, this is, are you guys fucking retarded? Come on, man.
I was actually looking into this the other day, and there is a measurement that they use, and the thing that they used to measure it in 1897 was the William Iambeck duplex bars, and they did it at in the Utah flats, salt flats. And basically it's a flat earth measurement, and then they derived all their triangulation from that. So that's pretty cool.
So I'm curious, Vapegate quoted AI, which apparently of its own accord threw in what a statistic was. I suspect that you tailored the question to ask the difference rather than a definition.
Yes, good point.
Right. Do you have a definition?
Yeah. See, on the globe side, we think about things like just better. I put like 4 R's behind that. Better, for real. Jeez. An average isn't a measurement. Of course, it's not a measurement, but it's an accumulation of all the measurements.
We think of it best as.
Okay, so of course an average is not a measurement. All the numbers in the spherical triangulation of the arc of the parallel of North America, it's all averages. So we now agree it's not a measurement, right, Tony?
I don't agree.
An average is a measurement. It's an accumulation of all the measurements, Jeremy. Do you not get that? I mean, come on. The average. Come on.
Yo, I got next.
Are we still on this?
Hold on, let me just say something.
Yeah. We are.
Oh man.
I haven't heard anybody mention.
I disagree with Tony.
I mean, I disagree with Jeremy too on this a little bit. I'm not trying to start a big war on it, but I haven't heard anybody mention the difference between a first order and a second order measurement.
There we go.
There. Okay, that's a good question. All right.
I brought it every time. I mean, I bring it up all the time, but it's like I don't know if the difference.
Look us up. Throw some knowledge at us real quick.
I just posted a link for first order measurement in the surveying, like the Coast Survey in the 1800s. That's a first order measurement. It's with William Iambeck's duplex bars, and it's a flat earth measurement. They treat it as flat, and then they assume everything after that.
Where you posted that, brother?
The main chat.
Cool. So, with the spherical excess, I do consider it a measurement, but it would be considered a second order measurement. It's less reliable than a first order measurement. What Jeremy's talking about would be a first order measurement. No. You could still make measurements with theodolites and optics, but as soon as you start calculating things and doing averages and doing trigonometry, using trigonometry, bro, it becomes a second order measurement. Especially when you consider, well, hold on. When you start considering refraction or perspective or why things seem to be dipping, right?
or why you have spherical X's to begin with, it becomes a second order measurement, which are less reliable than first order measurements, bro. A first order measurement is just a direct measurement. And if what Jeremy's saying is true, if you just physically measured it with like a tape measure, that's a first order measurement, bro. You're going out there and you're measuring it physically. You know, that's the primary measurement.
Why are first order measurements better by default than secondary?
Because you're physically going out there and measuring the distances by hand. You're not relying on an optic at a distance that's prone to refraction and perspective and all types of distortions. And then you're calculating some trigonomic, some Pythagorean theorem thing, and then like you're adding 3 angles and doing this and then affirming the globe. Right. That's where you get to second order measurements, and it's unreliable.
That's not a second.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Like going back to the square footage of my house, for example. Let's say I develop a tool, right? It's a very simple tool. It's just a 1 foot by 1 foot square tile, right? And I lay this tile or a number of tiles across my floor, and I count them up, and I count the square footage of my house. Is that more or less accurate than measuring the sides of the walls and calculating it from those?
Less.
It's more reliable.
It's less.
Bro, you have to physically measure, right? Not just calculate shit.
That's what we did.
Physically measure.
Right, we did that with the tile. You think that's more reliable than calculating it?
No.
Well, how do you know this? What's the space between the tiles?
Exactly. That's my point. First order measurements are not by default more accurate than second order measurements.
Imagine trying to use a theodolite to measure square footage, for example, or measure angles, dude. How would you do? That's obviously less reliable than actually physically measuring with a tape measure. Like, stop being dull, dude. There's a primary measurement, first order measurement, and then there's second order measurements, bro. You're trying to measure distances, right? And angles miles away with an optic. It's not as reliable, dude. Point blank. You're asking me why, bro? Hold on, bro. It's self-evident why it's less reliable. You're coping really hard right now, and you're trying to figure out the wiggle room to try to wiggle out of your. Yeah, dude, you're coping hard right now.
No, this should be obvious to anybody. Second order measurements are not by default. They can be, but they're not by default less reliable than first order measurement. It depends on the tool you're using, if it's adequate for the job. It depends on the methodology.
Is this really what the globe got in 2025?
Yeah, they don't know what measurement is. They've been arguing about calculation versus measurement.
They don't understand the difference.
I mean, I've not gotten, the only person I've gotten a definition of a measurement for is Shepherd Daddy. Like, he's the only one who actually defined a measurement. So I don't know. Seems like the flat earth is kind of lacking in that regard.
What you guys measuring?
Square footage, I think, was the last example.
With linear inches and feet.
Square footage.
You're measuring square footage? You can't have a square on a sphere. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's correct.
I thought you had to calculate square footage.
My name is Nathan Oakley.
That's absolutely correct.
Snacks in the back.
Inches, miles, they're linear distances. They're not curving.
You don't know what linear means.
You can measure.
You can measure. Did I just hear the rebuttal? Curve. You don't know what linear means. Sorry, was the rebuttal? You don't know what linear means?
Yes. So linear in the context of miles means. Oh well, okay. I guess you're gonna overtalk me now. You're gonna interrupt me. I got it. If you don't want to learn what it means, because that would hurt.
Let him tell you, Nathan.
Don't gatekeep omnivore. Just say what you're saying, man.
Okay. So you don't have to like it, but linear means in this context that the amount of miles rises or falls along a single axis. So it's like an x-axis. So if I'm going from A to B and I'm increasing by steps of 1 mile apiece, it means I'm not increasing by like a quadratic or something like that.
No, that's not what linear means. That's not what linear means. Arranged in or existing along a straight line.
Can I express the circumference of a circle in feet and inches?
Just the guy just told me I was wrong or didn't understand what it meant, and then he gave me a load of waffle about what it would mean in a context and then didn't define it. He's just wrong. He's just stupid. He doesn't understand what linear means. Did you understand me educating you on linear what actually means? Because you were wrong, Omnivore. You were stupid. You were idiotic. Maybe you just need to talk through me. Maybe you just need to rumpus me, do you, Omnivore? Maybe that's what you need to do while I'm responding to you, Omnivore. Maybe one of the moderators will tell you off like I was getting told off. No, you just don't know what linear means, you stupid bonehead. You told me about what it would mean in a certain context and then failed to describe it as a straight line. Well, that just means you're an idiot and don't understand what linear means, Omnivore. It's okay, I can tell him he's stupid in the gap that's allotted for me to describe accurately. Just how retarded Omnivore is. Like he felt the need to do to me, maybe I'll get muted in this server. This neutral server where, when it's my turn to talk, there's 5 people talking through me. Maybe this neutral platform allows that to happen, Omnivore. When you get absolutely handed your own, dumbass, you'll go on server deafen, will you, Dumbo? Well, what a coward retard. He's put himself on server deafen. I'm still in the middle of talking there, Red Bear. Maybe in this neutral platform when I win, 5 people talk through me.
Nathan, you need to stop name calling, please. Thank you.
Were you done? Were you done there, Nathan?
You don't know what linear means, Omnivore. You're utterly stupid. Like you try to. Oh, is it just me talking through me when I respond? Is it just me, or am I going to get told not to call names? I'm answering him, and he's talking straight through me. Got a glurf straight through the top of the avenue. Stupid idiot that doesn't know what linear means. Seems you don't know what linear means, Omnivore. You complete.
There we go. Okay, you're done. All right.
We got muted.
That's what happens in a land of misfit toys.
So when I'm told I don't know what linear means and I go and define it, the then chaos of 5 people talking through me, defining how wrong he was, gets me muted in the land of misfit toys.
Yeah, I don't know how you say a quadratic function is the definition of linear. Like that's like saying
because what he's trying to do, right? But he doesn't have the backbone to do it. And I knew what from what he was saying. And I knew where he was going from the minute I heard it. It's him trying to correct you, Nathan. He's trying to claim that a non-deviating path on a convex surface, like a globe, is a straight line. Denying that that's a curved line. And there's a difference between straight and curved lines. That's what he was trying to go. This is rubbish from years ago. They're just not, the way they don't say gravity, they weren't saying a force of gravity for years. Now they're not saying a curved line. They're trying to mask it with a load of other malarkey. But then you get muted in there when you prove one of the ballers wrong.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. He told me I didn't understand what linear meant, then told me about a context for linear. I go and define it, and I get muted when 5 people talk through me, and I moan about being glurfed.
Seems pretty fair to me.
Yeah, you got muted because you called him stupid retard.
So he told me I didn't understand what linear means. Same exact thing. When I got told I didn't understand what linear meant, that was perfectly tolerable. When I said you don't understand what linear is because you've defined it incorrectly, that makes you stupid. That's a demonstrable fact based on his inaccurate definition of linear, whilst telling me I don't understand what it means. Him telling me I don't understand, perfectly acceptable. Me telling him he doesn't understand after getting it wrong gets me muted.
Well,
correct.
The part where he said that you didn't know, but he actually didn't know, is what made him stupid. So
right. You demonstrated stupidity, but they don't like it.
Right. But that's what it is. I mean, it's like if someone lies, you can't call them a liar now. If someone's stupid, you can't call them stupid. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but that's where we're at, John, isn't it? With all these sensitive servers. Oh, you can't say that. Little woke left-leaning servers. That's what they are. Oh, you can't say that. You might hurt someone's feelings. It's like, no, the guy's stupid, so we're calling him stupid. The guy's a liar, so we're calling him a liar.
Call a spade a spade. That's what that is. Now, who was that girl that came in and told you off, Nathan? Who's that? The leader of the pack?
Obviously, it's someone who doesn't want to hurt liars and idiots' feelings.
So they'd rather sit there and listen to what I listened to for 10 minutes all day long.
They'd rather sit there and be brought into.
Let's all
Yeah,
disagree, Robert. Send him on his way. Let's send Robert on his way. You're right, Robert. Off you go. Off you go with your science, mate. See you later.
Dude, somebody needs to give me like a certificate in asking questions. I'm a science expert. I mean, where's my PhD in question asking of science? I need that now.
Who's a PhD?
So this is from food science. Well, you'd have to go through Robert first, because obviously Robert is the superior here in the art of science.
Well,
the Robert.
So if my 2-year-old,
he doesn't know what
if my 2-year-old rips off 4 pieces of toilet paper and throws it in the toilet, that my 2-year-old's doing science because she measured the piece of the toilet paper and then changed the toilet paper by dumping it in the toilet.
Yeah, she's testing it or anything. All she has to do is
Okay, so my 2-year-old is a scientist.
Yeah, that's science.
Yes, she's actually doing testing. So for example, check this out.
He's really going to go on it.
Yes, he threw 1 ply in the toilet and flushed it, and it went down. So she's like, I didn't want it to go away. So she threw 2 plies in there, and it still went down. So,
Robbie, did you?
Guys,
Robbie,
it's between, brother. It's between, brother. Between the toilet paper, brother.
What
about dependent variable in your mouth? Independent variable toilet roll.
Yeah,
down your throat. So you shut up for a bit.
Exactly, that's what she's doing, and she's doing it and she's also doing it in a subconscious way. You understand me? So you guys have to understand. Every time you are changing something for a result, you have a hypothesis in her head. She's like, "Hey, hold on." In her head, she's like, when I press this lever, will the paper go away?" That's the question she's asking in her head. So she's like, "Okay, I have a hypothesis. If I put 1 ply, it won't." So she puts 1 ply, and it did. And she's like, okay, let me put 2 ply.
This is like
so she's doing all of this scientifically, consciously.
You guys remember Jar Jar Binks in Star Wars? and the Jedi tells him, because you can speak doesn't mean you're intelligent.
I know, guys. But the fact of what I'm saying to you right now, what I'm saying to you is a fact.
No,
and you don't
it's not, dude.
Yes, it is, dude.
Flushing toilet paper down a toilet is not science, man.
She's not flushing toilet paper down the toilet. She has a mission to get it stuck.
A mission.
That is
Like
the science.
as I said, this guy's going to need support around him, mate. He's going to need some people to lean on when the penny drops. You know, like it's pretty.
Dude, the penny is never going to drop for this guy. He's lost it. I mean, what are you going to do?
This is from the culinary of science. People that teach culinary and accredit culinary.
Nobody asked you any of these questions.
Nobody irrationality of
They say the science of cooking.
The final fight, you know.
Yeah. They say this is from culinary.
Nobody
science.
asked you, Robert. Nobody asked you to validate this.
The science of cooking, fundamental to culinary concepts, sit side by side with practical advice, step-by-step techniques, bringing food. Bringing food science of the lab.
Robert, what's the Cartesian
coordinate? You get when you allow anybody.
Now you're asking him shit, dude. This is going to be another 40 minutes of rambling. What are you? Don't ask him things.
No,
no thanks. Don't do that. No thanks. Don't do that, man.
Can you be removed?
The thing that I'm saying, no thanks, is absolutely factual.
Hold on, Robert, just chill.
I just gave you a citation from the culinary arts of science.
Robert, can you chill?
I just gave you that.
We got that.
Thank
you shut up now.
Thank you very much. Thank you because you spent your time, and now you can go and spread more information for other people. Thank you, Robbie. It was profound today. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Sasha.
I, however, don't thank him.
Can I have fries of that, Robert, please?
He was culinary nonsense. So you don't do studies on toilet paper going down toilets. You start with a naturally occurring phenomena if you're doing science. So that wasn't. It was just nonsense spewed by an idiot.
This was painful.
Yeah.
Why we got to go back to basics?
Can someone give him the server details for Earth Awakenings? He'll fit right in.
No, he's got ejected from all places so far. I mean, I'm sure that if he settles down, he'll be welcome back the next day on the show or whatever. But he's going everywhere. He's got nowhere left.
I'm glad I only caught the tail end of it, but it was hilarious. Oh man, science calling it. Oh my god.
He puts one square in and shushes it.
How to scramble eggs in the scientific manner. To poach an egg. First, you must observe the egg boiling. That's the natural phenomenon.
Don't be feeding this, man. Don't be feeding this.
Do you want that I start? Flour, yeast, water, salt, temperature, humidity, bread.
You guys need to like quadruple up on the words to make this even, to even it up.
Did you
say more words?
It was like a nothing burgers. That's what it was. Nothing burger after nothing burger.
Nathan.
He forgot to mention how glad he was to meet Nathan.
Did you leave?
Go ahead, Kiwi.
Did you leave?
No, I'm still here. I'm still recording as well.
He's on server mute.
Okay. Yeah, Robert's still on server mute in the server. Did you want to ask him something?
No, I wanted
Please no.
PhD John that's in this server, Earth Awakenings. He's reportedly got a PhD in physics. I'd like to have a discussion with him.
We're not in Earth Awakenings anymore. We got muted.
Holy fucking shit. That's what I just said. I said, did you leave? And you said no.
I knew what you meant, QE.
Jesus.
I didn't leave. I'm still here.
Here we go again.
Did you leave Earth Awakenings?
What is this, Aben Costello?
I'm still here.
Who's on first?
If you're here and I'm here.
This is painful. This is painful to me. I have to say, I can't take this anymore. Right, the past half an hour has been painful. Right.
Okay, I just need to clarify this. If Brian's here...
I'm not getting any younger. I'm not getting younger. Right, that's a heap of rubbish what that's happened in the past.
Clarity. Everyone chill. Let's relax. Everyone chill.
I don't care that he left. I know he left. I was aware of that.
I didn't
when you were
leave.
Asking, did you leave? You should have said, did you leave Earth Awakenings? I knew what you meant.
Am I dead?
I knew he didn't know.
Did I get run over?
The point is, that was a complete waste of time. Right, that was a nothing half an hour. Right, we're listening to a little waffle. There's not progress.
Yeah, in reality, Brian, he would have knocked him out half an hour ago in reality.
I would like to
I couldn't
see
listen
him,
to that guy at all. I couldn't listen to him. I just mute him. Just like as soon as I hear him waffling, within the first sentence or so, I mute. I know what I'm getting.
As soon as he said toilet paper, he should have been muted.
That was Bretta. He followed us over. That was Bretta Robert.
No, that's our own server. That's not Earth Awakenings.
No, he was over in Bretta, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't. We got muted in Earth Awakenings, so Nathan came back to our own server, to Righteousness server.
Oh, I thought
that's Righteousness server, and he's in there doing their heads in after doing our heads in earlier.
All right, we're all confused because Nathan's not telling us which direction he's going.
Yeah, he's just popping us in all over the place.
Yeah, it's
Nathan,
mayhem.
don't tell
There's
him where you
no
are.
pattern to anything. Sorry?
Yeah, let them keep guessing.
Sometimes you just...
Sometimes we just what?
Got to mute because the babies are crying.
Right. Sometimes you just got to pop out and show flat earthers. You know, sometimes.
Yep, thanks.
Pardon me.
No.
Are y'all saying that guy that I was just mocking was a flat earther or anti-globe?
No, he's just a babbling idiot who should be muted everywhere all the time. They should put duct tape over his mouth in reality. Right? That's what should happen to that guy. Why should we be exposed for any length of time to that level of stupid?
Did you leave?
That's not helping you.
Just answer me this one question. Did you leave?
Oh, Nathan.
Do you know where you are?
I thought I was dead for a
though?
while. I thought I was floating over my body, watching things.
No, because the elevation angle measurement is how you measure the Earth, the globe.
Brother, I stuck him on the Earth Awakenings because I caught him in politics, Mr. Brother, and I said you need to go over to Earth Awakening server. Guess what he did? He went over to Earth Awakenings. Now he's in there constantly screwing with those guys. Thanks. See, buddy.
He should be assigned to be the stroke assassin. Just cause people strokes. If you want to assassinate people on the down low, let them just talk.
Imagine taking the position that there's no elevation change in an elevation change. Yeah, it's crazy.
Up, he left.
So in other ways, you're allowed to insult people, but only passive aggressively. Like you don't understand, blah blah blah, rather than you're an idiot by demonstration.
Correct.
Where's Flatsy at? So she can arbitrate between us and the land of misfit toys. I think SE's over there.
Oh, you want to get back in?
No. No.
God.
No more server hopping.
I never left.
Why were they allowed to talk about? Oh, sorry.
There you go. I was making a terrible joke.
Why were they allowed to talk about first order or second order measurements when they didn't even know what a measurement was?
Exactly.
They were saying it was a calculation. Well, even a second order measurement is not a fucking calculation.
No swearing.
That's how, it did start off with where is your measurement? If there was a measurement of globe, then we would look at it. People would take a look at it. I wasn't there when you guys jumped in, but that's what they were going over. And then I think some of the globers, like Manufactotum or whatnot, were going over this claim that there is a arc second measurement of, radial of a degree change in spherical excess when measuring over long distance.
Spherical excess is never measured.
Yeah, I'm after correcting those guys that Manufactotum and that other guy over there at least 4 times at this stage. No, at least 3, if not 4, at this stage on what spherical excess is. Right, and they just see, this is the problem with these people. You keep giving these people, you show them to be incorrect, but then you go back and give them time the next day. No, that person has to admit that they're incorrect and never bring up the topic again, or else they're gone. That's why I don't have a Discord server, because there'll be no one in there. Because I'll be getting rid of all the bullshitters.
So once they demonstrate that they don't know what it is, they're gone.
No, once they demonstrate that they once you show them to be incorrect, or someone shows them to be incorrect and shows it to be what it really is, right? If they don't admit that that is the correction of their position and that they were wrong, right, they're gone. That's it. There's no point. That, I guarantee you, that guy, that Manufactotum and that other guy, whatever his name is, they're going to be bringing up that spherical excess rubbish again and again and again. It's not a measurement. I've went through exactly what it is and where it comes from about 3 to 4 times, and they have nothing. But then, as soon as we go away, they're back with it. Oh, show us your globe measurement. Oh, you have a spherical excess. No, you don't.
They was trying to say that a second order measurement doesn't require you to do anything physically. What in the hell is wrong with people?
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
I agree with Brian. If you establish that and they don't acknowledge it, then get the heck out.
Yeah, it's akin to take it to an absurd example.
Spherical triangles.
Say again?
Well, they just use spherical triangles, don't they?
That's a contradiction.
Yeah, that's the serious thing about it. The spherical triangle is where they get the spherical excess from. But the spherical triangle is a calculation based off of the measurement of a real triangle. There is no spherical triangle. It's a pure calculation. And spherical excess is the abomination of that. It's like the screwed up baby of that. That's what it is. And it's actually a hindrance that's been recontextualized into some kind of a glow proof. It's actually a hindrance. Because when they need to refer to those measurements, they need to remove that and remove the curve within their triangle. When they actually use the measurements, they have to treat that triangle in geodetic surveying as an actual triangle, because there's no other way to do trigonometry.
I just check something.
So you're saying a spherical triangle is
Sorry,
apologetic for why it's not a globe?
John, did you leave?
Which hang on.
I didn't
Let me
leave.
answer. Sorry.
I'm still here.
I'm not.
Refracted. What they do, right? I don't know if you're actually asking me or if you're aware of this. What they do is they know they have three mountains: Mountain A, Mountain B, and Mountain C, right? They're up when the conditions are correct and they can see clearly the mountains. So they're not out there when there's a big hailstorm, right? Up on the top of Mountain A, they already have measured the distance between A and B. So they know the distance between A and B. Then they take an angle between B and C, right? And they determine a triangle from that. They then go to B and do the same thing with A and C. Then they go to C and do the same thing between A and B, right? And that's three triangles. The point being is that they work out the distances between the distance between these three mountains. There could be 30 miles between A and B. There could be 50 miles between B and C, and 40 miles between A and C, right? The point is that they work it all out with actual triangles. Then, when they mathematically place those triangles onto a convex surface, they stop being triangles, because when you place them on, not only have they got curved lines, but the actual angle in between, within those 3 points, is now more than 180 degrees. And what that does is it automatically, mathematically, for that triangle, increases the area in between those three now curved lines, bowed lines, because they bow out the way on a convex surface. So that area that's created in between doesn't exist in reality, and they quite conveniently call that spherical excess.
Yeah.
It's
That's
rubbish.
Apologetics, then.
Exactly.
Yes,
I was going to say that. John took the
apologetic.
words out of my mouth. When they say spherical excess, they're actually apologising for the extra bit their globe creates after calculating it with real triangles, as opposed to oxymoronic calculated PZX triangles.
Exactly.
How do you propose they get the distance there, guys?
Sorry?
I like the way Brian laid that out.
I said, how do you propose that they get the distance? You just started with the distance. How do you propose they get that?
Well, that's measured over a linearly, if they measure that distance. They also will use triangles to get the distance as well, but they measure it linearly between the 2 points. There's no other way to get it.
Aristophanes.
In the old days, they used to use a foot roller. They used to literally measure.
Go on, Kimmy. Did you leave?
Forget it.
Where am I?
Oh boy.
Yes, good summary, Brian. Thank you. QE ruined it though. I completely blame QE.
They do it in legs. So in the old days, I remember seeing them when I was younger. What's known as a foot roller, which is 12 inches around, which is a circumference of 12 inches around a roller. You push it in front of you and you roll it, and each time there's a click. Right now, originally didn't have a click; they had another way of counting them. But the point is that it ended up with a clicker system where it will count the feet. So I could count how many feet, right, is between me and where I am and another point. Right now, that's not going to be as the crow flies, right? But I can then use triangles after that to get the straight line distance. right, between those 2 points. And so that's how they, and then you have that leg. Then you go from that leg to the next leg, to the next leg, to the next leg. And there's an accumulation of measurement that gives you a straight line distance between 2 points. But they have to have that before they can start using, before they can correctly use trigonometry all the time. In some circumstances, they can use angular sizes and that to gain a distance to an object. So if they know the actual height of something, they can gain the distance to it with an angular size. So if they know the actual height of a mountain, they can gain the distance to it from a distance or from another mountain, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So they have ways around this. The point is that what they're not doing, they're not measuring curved triangles. That's not happening. Ever.
No, I propose that I propose that they are calculating the distance in conjunction with their spherical excess to give you the map that would then
no, stop trolling.
Correlate to their.
Stop trolling. Stop trolling.
No, I'm not.
I'm not interested in trolling. I'm not interested in trolling. What you just said is a trolling. Don't treat me like an idiot.
Oh, hold on.
Don't treat me like an idiot. I accept you normally, but I won't be treated like an idiot.
What's going on, No Tanks? Why is he? I don't understand what's happening, Brian. What's going on? No Tanks. Why are you getting told off?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Brian, explain why you're telling him off. I very quickly lost track of what happened there.
No Tanks knows what he's doing.
Yeah, repeat what you said again. No Tanks. Verbatim. How to get the distance.
I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah, that's because as soon as you repeat it, you'll be
very suspicious. No Tanks. Very suspicious.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're not interested,
on the
then
back,
fair enough.
Brian, he's scared, mate.
Say again.
No, my assertion is I propose that they get these distances, right, using the same method, the trigonometry, right? They know the distance, but then they calculate the excess to give you a different distance, so that when you go and overlay their globe onto the claimed distances, that it would match, even though it's extrapolated from a calculation of actual triangles.
No, that's not what you said in the first place. That's not what you said first.
That is what I said.
That is also what you just said. No, it isn't. What you just said there was wrong.
That's exactly what I said, like verbatim. That's why nobody knew why you were saying I was trolling.
No, it's not. It wasn't verbatim at all. It wasn't verbatim at all.
Close enough.
You started trying to say they were getting distances from a globe and then putting them into a triangle. No. Right.
No,
what you just said is that a curved line that was originally measured as a curved line that has increased in length, that was originally measured as a linear distance, gives a correct distance.
Okay, you already went through the methodology, right, on the trigonometry and how to actually do it. So that was already established. Next step is the claim when they say, well, look how you can't get these 3 points, right? These 3 distances to match on a quote unquote flat Earth. The reason is because they're putting in this presupposed globe in those distances, in those measurements with the spherical excess.
Now,
you already established.
That's a third thing you're after saying. That's a third thing you're after saying that's different from the first 2 things.
I think I know what No Tanks is saying.
No, I know what he's saying there now. I know what he's saying now, but what he said just before that and what he originally said were 3 different things.
Oh, well, listen, either you're misunderstanding me, right? That's one option, or I'm saying a different thing every time that seems to align with the first thing I said. I don't know which seems more reasonable.
Let's just not worry about it and move on. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. No Tanks. Tut.
He doesn't agree that Earth is measured flat. Ask him.
You ask him.
I just
mind if I jump in for a minute, fellas?
That's it. Just the language.
He wants to add caveats to the measured flat. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Someone's going to help us move along. Yes, whoever that is.
Yeah, mate. It's Benny here. I just wanted to introduce myself to you all. I've been listening to you for 3-4 years now. The whole bloody panel, a lot of yous. And, just want to say hello. And the first video I watched to change the mood a bit. My uncle sent me a video of you and Matthew Learns with elevation angle measurements. And I've got to say, from that moment on, changed my whole perspective on the world. So I was listening to these, a bit of Whitsitt and Dave Weiss in the Feast of Nonsense, as you say, Nathan. And my uncle sent me a link to your channel, and I watched that video, and that was the evidence that I needed. You know what I mean? That was the empirical information I was looking for. So, so you've kept me entertained.
Now, right? You're not going to get on with your day. You want to argue with people and tell them it's flat, right?
Who's this?
You. I'm assuming that based on your presence, your decision is that you want to go forth and tell people Earth's flat, as opposed to get on with your day just knowing that fact.
I don't give a shit what anyone thinks, to be honest. I know it's flat. There was, for a time there, I tried to inform people. It's hard to get through to people. I just gave up and I thought, you know what? My life's my life. I know what's going on. That's all that matters. I listen to you blokes every day. Keep me entertained.
Oh, that's different. Oh, no, that's fair enough. You're here for the social aspects and entertainment. That's different. No, fair enough. So you've taken the previous, you've gone, right, Earth's flat. Now I know. Good.
Best part of that story was that your uncle was.
I've learned more.
Was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best part.
Yeah. So my uncle was always. Sorry, mate.
No, I know you're lagging. I see your green goes different than your voice. But I was just saying the best part was that your uncle was like, he had the facts where you were on the other, on the possibility side. And you had a family member. I mean, that's a pretty rare situation, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. So my uncle is a retired the Defence Force. He's medically retired, and he's always been a bit quirky. You know what I mean? He's always brought up different conspiracies and things. And he was telling me, he said the Earth's flat. He said it's measured flat. We fly upon it flat. All the rest of it, because he was a paratrooper and all that. And he goes, I promise you. And I was like, oh, yeah. And then he sent me the link to that video with Matthew Learns. I watched that, and I was just like, wow. And I was very impressed, by the way, with the way Nathan just tore shreds out of that bloke. But, it was exactly what I was looking for. It's what I needed, that empirical evidence,
Well, we have to call into question the soundness of your uncle's mind. He jumped out of perfectly good airplanes?
Yeah.
When did your uncle serve?
Loved it. What was that, sorry?
When did your uncle serve as a paratrooper?
Yeah, that was much clearer. That was much clearer, John. Thanks. I'll ask him your question. When did your uncle serve? Is his question.
Okay, well, he was what do you call it when you're medically what's the word, QE?
Discharge.
When you're sorry.
Yeah. Medical discharge.
Yeah. So he had PTSD. Yeah.
Did he get hurt?
But he did a lot. What was that? Sorry.
Did he get hurt jumping?
No, he's got PTSD. He went over to East Timor for peacekeeping mission, and I think he saw a few things that kind of affected him a bit. But no, he's a good bloke, and he's the thing with him is he's always told me things, and before I kind of come to woke up to things, I was like, oh yeah, just brushed it aside, and then I started looking into things properly, and I was like, hang on, this bloke, everything this fella's telling me is for real. So he's a good bloke. But he sent me the link to the Matthew Learns video, and that was it. As for the paratrooping and that was when he was younger. He'd be 56 now, so he's been in the army his whole life. I think he was discharged probably 9-10 years ago. So I think the start of his career was paratroop and all that. But yeah, he's done a bit of everything.
Cool, man. Give him a yo, brother. That's what we say around here.
Yeah, we'll do. QE, mate, I've learnt more on science and, well, all the topics you talk about. I've learned more in the last 3 years, and from Nathan and Refracted and, well, everyone there, even Neil. Even Neil's taught me something.
Not Brian.
Oh, shoot,
right?
even Neil? What about Brian, man?
Not Brian, though, right?
Brian's he's on the ball. I love everything Brian does is
Brian's a global.
Brian's on the ball. Yeah, we knew it.
Oh,
I knew
man.
No,
that's
good.
a term. He understands the term.
A lot of 10th man, Refracted. These are all just fucking legends. I got to tell you, he's a buddy. You're on the ball, on the flat ball.
What about Adam? You learn anything from Adam?
No, don't. After Brian's compliment, I don't want one.
Yeah, I don't want one either.
Adam is sharp, man.
Drink.
What
Just
about
stay off the
chocolate?
piss. That's all I've learned from Adam.
You learn anything from the black guys? Anything from the black guys?
Out
Wait, we have black guys on the panel?
Mate, you can't beat that black coolness coming in and just putting that down to earth input in when needed. You know what I mean? Chocolate and Elijah, love your work.
Damn. Black too?
Piss on you, heroes.
Hey, we keep it a buck. We keep
Is Elijah black?
Wait, whoa. D-Rose, you're black as well?
He said, wait, Elijah's black?
Wait, the other guy
a lot
said
of
that?
he's a bloody...
There's only two black lads on the panel. There's D Rose and there's Chuck Liza.
Thank you.
They're both the same people.
They're all
and
they're
even
all on
they
the
get
money.
themselves confused.
Well, actually, there's four. It's
I love your work. A lot of you.
And Nathan. It's me, Chocolate, Elijah, and Nathan. He's a black lesbian. So.
Nathan's only.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're welcome, Benny. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, to get serious, that
I've
is
been
very
listening for a
cool
while.
how he came across it.
What was that, Neil?
I said it's very cool how you came across it. You sound like what I experienced. I came here and I got all my knowledge from here. And I said goodbye to all of those feast and nonsense people that I was listening to.
Did you get interrogated by Righteous?
Yeah, please don't get me started with Righteous.
I haven't heard. I mean, come on. I haven't been around for a while. I haven't heard Righteous' voice in a while, like in the early morning thing. But anyway, I guess he's not moderating anymore.
Yeah.
No,
Righteous.
back then, Betty was Betty's server.
Righteous is ace.
What was that?
Depends.
I talk to Righteous when I come in. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
I said, mate, I'm a bit bloody starstruck, to be honest. I'm a bit nervous hearing your voice, talking to you for real. I've been listening for a few years. It's a bit bloody scary to be talking to you.
It's almost like you had to have a few drinks before you got in it.
We're just people.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you saying that the man is drunk after?
No, he's a real man. A few drinks doesn't do that to him.
Why even insinuate it though?
Just a little bit of Dutch courage, he was saying, because, you're famous, Neil.
Infamous.
Yeah, I'm starstruck talking to Neil.
I get a bit like that around Neil too.
It's just the voice, isn't it?
I'm a famous e-beggar, don't you know?
Yeah, you're leaving throw your car into a tree to e-beg. It's pretty desperate, Neil. No, anyway,
we're glad to have you.
Introduce myself.
Yeah,
very nice
glad
to
to
meet
have
you.
you, Benny. Now
These are all
Flatsy
legends.
comes in. We need
Word,
your
welcome
assistance.
aboard. Welcome
Shut up.
aboard.
Shut the hell up.
I was about to say
We
we're all
need
reason
her
for
Flat Earth.
assistance. Shut up.
There was.
Flatsy. Shut up.
Oh, you're going to change the topic. I had one question for the gen.
Jesus. Go ahead, ask him, and then I'll get back to Flatsy. Go ahead.
Give Flatsy a chance to
Benny,
compose herself.
Shut up. Benny, Adam's got a question for you.
But yeah, I agree. I echo the sentiment. Welcome, Benny. Just a quick question. Do you know for sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat?
Mate, Adam, the day I watched that video, I'll tell you what, for about 2 weeks after, I was in a bit of shock, getting over the planets and that all going away and all the rest of it. Had to erase that out of my head. But from that moment, I was like, you can't measure it any other way. So I was like, that is what it is. I have to accept it. That's how we measure the Earth. And then I looked into Cartesian coordinate systems, all the rest of it. The geodesic system, all the rest of it. GPS, everything. It's all derived from it. It's all from X, Y, Z. So I've had quite a few debates with Meta AI and all the rest. And they've conceded to me. So, I tell everyone I know the Earth's flat. I get a lot of weird looks. But I'm in that position where I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. If you don't want to listen, if you don't understand, it doesn't bother me. I know where I'm at.
So do you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat?
I assume there's some Irish ancestry there.
200. Is the Pope Catholic?
That's a yes.
And yes,
That's a
and
yes.
bears, indeed they do. Yes, bears do.
The equator's circle of equal elevations. The North Pole out. How much flat do you want to get? I don't get it. I don't know how people don't understand it, how they don't go, oh, okay, that doesn't work on a globe. No, they just keep fighting it. Weird.
Not bears.
It is weird, isn't it?
Bears.
Not both.
Very strange, but it's at the same time.
Absolutely kosher as Christmas.
Oh, you're in rare form.
But that Matthew learns, that did it for me. That was it. The elevation angle measurements, as soon as I learned how they're done, celestial navigation, done.
You mean when Matthew Lawrence conceded that Earth is measured flat? That's what you mean?
Yeah, when he conceded to you, chocolate. Is it chocolate? And then straight away turns around and flips it.
Eli.
Well, you got flat, but yeah, Eli. Sorry, Eli.
Sorry,
yeah, that bloke's off his head. I couldn't.
You guys Jedi mind tricking.
Absolute walking law of contradiction violation.
I think I got that. I think I got a little clip of that. Now that, hold on.
It's a bloody classic. That's the video I send to people. If they ever say, oh, yeah, they show a bit of interest, I send that video. And I hope that they get the same spark I did.
It's hard to accept the
to me,
fact
you
that
can't
think
refute it.
when you already believe you know the truth.
Can you guys hear this? We'll play a little snippet from that little stroll back memory lane. You guys good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can they hear it through Discord?
Yes.
Nathan, you think?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be traveling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth and functionally flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
There you go.
Wow.
Oh God.
That sounds even better.
Yeah. So, I remember hearing Nathan. That was the first time I heard Nathan there.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of people listen to Nathan the first time, and they kind of they're kind of
moist,
knocked back by him. He's
shocked.
Yeah, you know how you're like a bit intimidating and scary, Nathan, because you're so precise.
I thought you were talking about my charisma and sex appeal.
Hold him to. No, I remember you going. You stumbled along and you're going. Fifth time, sixth time. You notice I can keep up to the conversation, but you can't. And then I remember the first time I heard you go, pop an eyebrow beating from a flat earther. That fucking cracked me up. I was just like, just giving it to this bloke. Like, shut up and fucking listen, mate. You're getting told. That was good.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So I think a lot of people, whether they're globe or flat earth, they hear and you come across as very aggressive type thing because you're actually arguing against their belief system. They're a lot more biased to kind of deflect from you because they're like, oh, he's they're a lot more quicker to kind of point out that you're doing this, you're doing that. But I say, no, he's being the way that he needs to be because these people will go around and round and round and round and they'll just fallacy after fallacy talk shit. So it's at the point where you just need to tell them, be direct, and don't deal with the bullshit. So, but a lot of people don't understand that. They don't, you know what I mean? But
I like this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. That was always my problem with it.
He does lack social graces.
So does QE interrupting John.
Yeah, but he has to.
Right, but not
a lot of people can listen to
people
and understand. Sorry.
Go ahead, John. One more try.
They've spent so much time just letting people flop around and talk that shit that means nothing and that goes nowhere. That when they get somebody like Nathan that sticks to a fact, it's a shock to their system.
Yeah, we just experienced it. like maybe a half hour ago.
Yeah. Plus, they've never heard rebuttals to the argument. They've never actually heard proper rebuttals that refute it and kill it and end it there. They don't know that. They think, they're hearing an argument. They don't know that what Nathan's just said ends it. That's it. It's done. If I could piss off, mate, you're done. They don't know that. They think they just hear words and like just words like zenith, azimuth, things like that. When I first started listening, I had no idea what. I had to listen to his. I heard that Matthew Learns one. I got the grasp of what the measurement is, and I was like, righto, that's something. And I had to listen to his over and over. Start listening to episodes. Started learning words, vocabulary that I didn't know before, and science and things like that. But slowly.
There is an opinion that we should just exclude people like Matthew Learns after they've conceded if they repeat it right. So, for instance, this is Brian's point from about 20 minutes ago. So, if somebody concedes, like Matthew Learns, that you've got to make a flat Earth measurement for an elevation angle, and then a day later or a day or two later, you catch Matthew Learns. I'm not saying he's done this, by the way. I don't want to misrepresent Matthew. It's just because he's the example. But if he was to come into one of the Discord servers and start saying, well, actually, we're measuring PZX triangles, in other words, lie in the face of his prior concession, Brian's attitude, and I totally agree with him, is that at that point, that person's scum and shouldn't be tolerated in our presence anymore because they've already conceded that they've got a flat Earth measurement in this instance. So to then reassert their original point that they conceded means they're not worthy of our time, according to Brian. Would you agree?
Yes.
It becomes irrational to continue on with them. It becomes
talking to him.
Nonsensical because you're arguing with someone who can't grasp logic. They're just going to keep fending off what's put to them. They're just going to keep finding excuses, fallacies, which I've learned a lot about thanks to QE. But they'll do anything to just beat around the bush and actually address what's being put to them. It's bloody.
All right. Your love is getting boring. Who do you think's better at fallacy pointing out, Witsit or QE?
Oh my god!
You're trying to poke the bear, though, Tanks.
Why would you bring Whitson into this conversation, no, Tanks?
I think that was deliberately, obviously poking the bear.
All I know is,
it's getting too lovey-dovey in here.
All I know is, so when I first went to Flat Earth, I watched a couple of these videos on like the moon landing and stuff, and I just couldn't stand him, couldn't handle him, couldn't listen to him. And then I went to that Dave Weiss, and it was just the same. Like, you hear all these arguments, yeah, they sound all right, but they don't go anywhere. It was when I went to you that I had evidence, had empirical evidence. That was it. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, but that Witsit guy is good at fallacy, eh?
Oh, he's a freaking knob jockey.
This morning,
yeah, I like it.
I just don't like the standpoint of trying to disprove the globe.
Me neither.
Because it's like starting backwards. It's so that approach, which a lot of the flat earthers, like Dave Wise, have. It's just it's really painful to listen to.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is painful to listen to because all you hear is globe, 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 globe. And you're like, you're a flatty.
It's the same presentations over and over again too. Like it's the same points over and over. There's no evidence. There's nothing to definitively tell you that like that is what it is and what's not. That's what some people are after. They want to know exactly. They don't want to muck around in the feast of nonsense. They just want to know what's going on. That's it. Lucky I come across you. It was quick.
Yeah, we're the no-nonsense crew.
But
this is also one of the. Sorry.
Did you say come across use?
Use, like sheep.
I like that. Came across use, guys.
I'm from Australia, by the way. Yeah.
I thought you were a Kiwi.
Adam. Are you? Shut up. Adam.
No, don't say that.
Adam.
Also, the recent clearing up of what is science. I love the conversations and the things I've been hearing, because it's brought up to my mind and to my consciousness just how much garbage my head has been filled with the system. You know, there's so much garbage about science, and yeah, I mean, the last conversation we had with this other guy Jesus Christ, you know, toilet paper is science, cooking an egg is, man, you know, it just gets so absurd.
Toilet paper is science.
It's really important to educate myself what it actually is, in order to recognize the vast amount of pseudo garbage that's out there, which will be the only thing that will actually help in a conversation, besides, you know, the facts about measurements. But for the rest, I mean, the garbage that's out there and the useless conversations that I listen to sometimes on other channels, it's just, or Dave Weiss or these other guys. And don't get me wrong. It's thanks to Dave Weiss I ended up here, because I was so disgusted with it. I was looking for more. But yeah, it's...
yeah. Did you learn anything
really
from Brian?
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Who paid these guys to come in here today?
Nathan,
I'm sorry. I had some extra money, and I thought it would be funny. All right, guys. Thank you for coming by.
I'm not going to have that, right? Number one, I know I'm ace. You lot, stop being so modest. People appreciate what you do. I'm being dead serious, by the way. People appreciate what you do.
Hey, Nathan.
Yes.
Nathan, mind if I just add on to old mate there?
Who, Nick?
A lot of people that I've learned from you guys, scientific method and what actual science is and what isn't. I told a lot of people, they go, "Oh no, it's too much for me." I say to them, I go, "No, it's not. You're not dumb. You're not stupid. You're not what do you call it? Incapable of learning this stuff. It's pretty basic. You got to be able to see things what they are. Step back and just look at the basics and build from there. A lot of people, they just go, "No, I can't understand. That's too much. Hear a couple of words." And I say to them, "No, you're not stupid. You're not dumb. You're smart. We're all smart."
It sounds like a popular saying. You're not stupid. It's stupid. I think I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah, well, I have to agree with you.
Pretty much,
because what it is that the
it doesn't apply to everyone, Brian.
Sorry?
Nothing.
I mean, I'm having arguments with surveyors and that, because, you know what I mean? I get blokes on building sites. I get them, buddy, pulled up there, buddy, you know, don't know what to do. Looking up at the sky, smiling, giving me the deer in the headlights, because I'm telling them horizontal's horizontal, how to do an elevation angle measurement. And they know that's how you do it. But they keep telling me, "No, it's local, because the university taught them." And I'm going, "Mate, I'm a truck driver, you're a surveyor, and I'm telling you the basics of your job." You know what I mean? It's
yeah, I love that.
Very strange.
It's local. 5 years ago used to serve as almost like, oh, we need to carry on arguing, but they're actually admitting defeat when they say it's locally measured flat. Yeah, you measure it flat, we measure it flat, it's measured flat, and your apologetic after the fact is that's only because it's local. Okay, show me the non-local one that isn't flat. There isn't one.
Yeah, well, just on his previous point there, I think Flatsy wants to say something as well. Just on his previous point, what I was going to say on it is people are given throughout their life an incorrect description and view of what science is. So when they look into it at all, they're given a convoluted load of rubbish, right? It's like a big massive ball of wool that they need to pull apart and find the start and end of, right? But the problem is there is no start and end because there's one contradiction after another, after another, after another, and it's all a big convoluted mess that goes nowhere. So people think, oh, I don't have the intellect to see through that. No, it's that you just have to recognize that that is not intellectual. That is just a heap of rubbish by a load of put forth by a load of religious nutcases, basically, who believe in a heliocentric paradigm.
Exactly.
That's their religion. So I understand your position.
Yeah, it's
Flatsy,
like
you wanted to say something.
Yeah, if someone average Joe looks
Flatsy.
into it, they look into it a little bit. Oh no, it's too much for me. I'll never be able to work that out. It's too smart for me. It's like, no, it's just you've been taught to think that. You've been given something that's never ending. It's the reasoning keeps going on and on. It's beyond reality. So yeah, sorry.
Go on,
Sorry,
Flatsy.
guys.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Flatsy?
Yes, I did. I wanted to add, let's be honest here. His favorite ball buster is Flatsy. So step aside, Nathan, Kiwi, and Brian.
Hello, Flatsy.
Shut up, Flatsy.
Well, hold on. Not for nothing. Last Friday, we reviewed Flatsy, and I thought she did exceptional.
Well, thank you, Neil.
I do love your work, Flatsy. Do a bloody good job.
Let's just put everything in perspective. Pete Shea talking to Gamma Panda Shamalama Ding Dong in Ballbusters, Nathan. I want you to go to Ballbusters, all right?
Grasshopper.
There's a timestamp in there, all right? I want you to play that timestamp.
Oh, God.
It's My Sister? Is that what you want me to play?
No, not the one above it. It's Gem Panda and Pete Shea. Live.
Talking. Then I said something, very little, and now you're on again.
Well, I was just going to say that when you mentioned Nathan Oakley, he is a grasshopper to quantum
I
eraser.
didn't mention Nathan Oakley. You did. Then and plus a load of stuff before that, right?
Yeah.
You tagged Nathan Oakley on the end. I responded with some stuff about Nathan Oakley, and now you're talking again.
So
Yeah, you responded to me.
I just wanted to say earlier, we all know the ultimate truth. We just don't tell you because you talk too much.
Oh, that's okay. But I wanted to say, Jem, that quantum eraser is the man that you couldn't handle in a scientific debate over the course of 3 hours with fair moderation. I'd be the fairest moderator ever.
Oh, brother.
What do you mean? Why would I have? Why would
Nathan's
he
being
have
a
a
scutch
try and have
now.
a scientific debate?
Well, Jem,
we couldn't even agree on what science is because he's got his version of it that's shared only really by him and maybe some 8-year-olds. And yes.
Okay, finish off then, Jem, and I'll respond.
I've done whole videos on this, Pete. Don't tell me no.
Is why would you take the time to go down that volatile path of measuring energy all the time in your papers when your peers are going to laugh at you?
What's the problem? Don't you want to listen to it?
Volatile.
Yes, you guys are just too stupid to understand it.
Well, you could have told me that in advance.
You knew damn well when he said grasshopper to quantum eraser.
Shut up. I should have told you 10 seconds. Sorry about that.
Oh, come on. He knew damn well.
No, it did. Oh, yeah, because I'm clairvoyant.
My word. So, according to Pete Shea, you're just a grasshopper.
What's a grasshopper?
You're my grasshopper.
What's a grasshopper?
Pete Shea said.
In this
Comes from Kung Fu, the TV show.
What's that mean?
You are the apprentice to the master.
Correct.
Grasshopper.
Until you take
Well, you know, Aristotle was the apprentice to Plato, and he's thought to be.
Oh boy.
No thanks. You're in rare form today, huh?
Go ahead. You can play the audio. It's real short. It'll stop real quick. Go ahead.
The student does surpass the master sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Shut up. Shut up.
He's not playing it on purpose.
No, he'll get it. Just give him a second.
Oh, what am I supposed to be doing? Nobody's asked me to do anything.
Play the audio clip below it. It's short.
How can't you play it?
Because I don't have it up right now, but I can do it. All right. You ready? Here we go.
What was the last thing you guys were watching or into before you converted? Like, what was that?
All right. I'll give you one. I'll give you one guess.
Is it my sister?
Last night.
Midget porn.
What was the last thing you guys were into, that led you, to flat earth? What were you really into? And then he answered it himself. Was it my sister?
I think they're catching on.
I nearly pissed myself. All right, that's it. That's all I got for you.
Good.
And with that.
No. Back to the people that were paid to be here today.
Nobody's been paid to be here, Neil. Just because people are saying that they're uncomfortable being around your greatness, just take it in your stride, mate.
This has mainly been my attempt to get at Brian by hiring these gentlemen to talk about how great everybody else is.
What were you trying to do?
Just love us, Brian. Just love us.
I'm full of crap. Just ignore me.
Well, I'm always a little leery because I remember when Humble H came in the same way. And now, look at him.
He understands the arguments and can disseminate the information correctly.
No, he says you don't measure the reference.
Exactly.
I don't know. I talked to him last night and I got him to change his position.
Yeah, but wait for a week and then go back, just like lumpy gas in a vacuum. When you gonna learn, John?
Never, probably.
Adam, check your Skype again. There's a little addition to that.
Because I like the same consideration, Neil.
You there, Brian?
Yeah, the
Hey,
one you
Brian.
didn't learn it from? Yes, him.
Yeah.
Yo.
Hello.
Your video, Brian, your presentation, lad, on density and buoyancy. I really enjoyed it. Back when I was an umpty.
Oh,
Say that
I'm
again?
docking your pay for that. I'm docking your pay for that.
It's okay. Leave him off. Leave him off. They could hear that.
No, I'm just
Say it
saying
again.
like that. Your video on your channel for density, like just basics, solid, liquid, gases, and then density of gases within a volume of area, explaining all that. That really, simplified and showed me a lot of shit that I don't know. Just
Was that the last one? Was that the one I just did recently? That one.
No, it was a while. But this is a couple of years back.
I'm
mate.
after doing a
Yeah.
few of them. Yeah.
Have you listened to the one on structural support? We got it locked down on that one.
Don't you attack structural support.
Sorry,
is it
Brian,
10
you was right there.
bands
I
as
had to
well?
say it.
Sorry, Neil. Like the basics on natural science, and he pulls up like the definition of outer space and plenum and all that, and it just breaks down how a vacuum outside gas pressure is theoretically impossible. Yeah, that was really great too for someone who's just just kind of going over it all.
Well, it's important to understand gas behavior if you're going to hang around in this topic, because it's going to be used incorrectly by people who it's going to be used fraudulently against you if you don't understand it. When you do understand it, you can see through all the rubbish and address it and defeat it. But if you don't understand gas behavior, you're in a world of trouble with the borders, because they're going to convolute everything they do. Every time the subject comes up, they're going to convolute it as much as possible and bring it into Ethereum as much as possible, and give false
Explain the
equivalency.
gas pressure gradient inside your container.
Yeah, there's just basics, even just simple things to do with the topic. They ignore, but they don't tell you that they're ignoring them. If you're not aware of of gas behavior.
Well, it's just stuff that you just forget from school. You just, you get on with life. You go to work every day. All that shit doesn't really matter to you every day in life. Then you start to, just the basics. Gas molecules move in all directions, bounce off each other in their containment. It's like, well, where's the, how's this atmosphere?
Exactly. You learned it in high school, probably.
Shape and
a lot of people just learned it in high school. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just basics. It's not as if
It's
I'm
just
bringing any
basic
brilliant
logic.
knowledge.
Yeah, it's the basics, mate. You go back to that, and then it's bloody good shit.
Like with measurement, you're measuring things using verticals and horizontals most of the time, or in azimuth, which is also a flat plane of reference. So you're not measuring using a curved surface or any other rubbish. And if you are measuring a curved surface, you're measuring a drop from the horizontal with a vertical. You know what I mean? It's just all basics. Like as you said, you were talking to surveyors as a truck driver, and just basically laying out for them, the facts of measurement, things that they require for their job. So people want to convolute things and go into fantasy worlds. When they get older, they think somehow I've become smarter. No, you get stupider if you move away from the basics.
That's it. We know there's horizontal datum plates, Brian. They're all horizontal, but they all give you an elevation. I pulled up beside a bloke who was working on the big power lines, and I had the horizontal datums, like concrete blocks sticking out of the ground with a little plate on top, and it told you the elevation and northwest, east, south, whatever. That's I pulled up and I said, mate, all those
on it.
What's
was
that,
there
mate?
coordinates on the plate?
I'm not sure exactly.
Don't worry, it
I've
doesn't
looked
matter.
on the
It
internet.
sounds like benchmarks. Sounds like benchmarks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have elevations and that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
but anyway, I said to this.
That's what a benchmark is. Yeah.
I said to old mate, they're all horizontal, mate. They're all horizontal to each other. You go 5Ks down the road, your horizontal's not different. And he's like, yeah, it is.
No, it can't be. It's a constant orientation. It can't be different.
Yeah, I know. It's nice. So I climb out of my truck into a full blown argument. You know what I mean? I'm like, mate, you don't have different horizontals, mate. They're all one. You know what I mean? You go 10 kilometers away, our horizontals are the same.
You can't have. It's impossible.
Yeah,
It's impossible for surveying to take place, even if there's a. It's impossible for anything to happen in the world as it happens if horizontal is not horizontal. How can you have a horizontal that's at a different orientation than horizontal? It makes no sense.
What have you precisely learned?
That's what I'm saying.
Right, exactly.
Sorry, Kurt.
What have you precisely learned?
You. He wants to know what have you precisely learned from me. He's trying to find out that you didn't learn anything from me, and then he's going to give me a hard time.
I like going to Brian's channel and just watching him break down things, and yeah, it's good. He's good.
How did that
precise.
Argument go with your friends who were? You said you had some friends that you ran into who had their total stations out or whatnot, and they were saying that horizontal was local. How did they go when you brought up to them benchmarks that give you distance, straight line distance, and elevation from a horizontal that all connect all around the world?
Well, both times I've had to walk away, they get upset. They feel threatened, and like they get defensive. It's like you're challenging their accreditation, but I'm just trying to point out a basic thing to you, mate, and you just don't want to accept it. You know what I mean? It's like your ego overcomes your logic. So
yeah, that happens.
It's very strange. I had to just leave and go, righto, mate. Yeah, no, horizontals are different everywhere you go, and righto, mate, have a good day. Because if I kept going, well, you know, I could see they're actually getting physically look like they're getting upset, you know. So you don't want to completely ruin someone's day.
They are.
Yeah, I had a guy that wanted to
yeah.
beat me up one time.
Oh yeah,
that was earlier today.
But, yeah, well, I hope that would happen. To be honest, be able to sort it out.
Rightly so.
As interesting
Well, I know
as
he's
the
righteous in
horizontal
the
thing
fight.
is, oh, pardon me. Where did they get the first horizontal to say that the second horizontal is divergent from it?
Oh, they just keep saying it can't happen over. It only works local. That's what they've been taught. It's what's been drilled into their heads. It only works local. You can't do it over a long distance. It's only for here. Only for
what?
It's like, well, where's here?
Yeah, do what?
Where's your limit?
You can't establish 2 points at equal elevation over long distance. What kind of shit is that?
No.
I think that's
not what I
just
said.
the programming in the head.
Go, John.
How do you establish the first horizontal to assert the second horizontal is divergent from it?
They got it from their sister because I gave it to her.
Well,
from mean sea level.
Yeah.
John says he'll see my 2 points and he'll raise it to 3 points.
No, I'm saying you need a flat plane for horizontal.
I'll go for.
That's what horizontal is.
Correct.
So there's nothing really
Definition.
to argue about.
Horizontal with the horizontal plane. Well,
yeah.
Horizontal's derived from the horizon. What else can you? I don't know. If you hear that and you still tell yourself that it's something else, I don't know. Good luck to you.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, you are right in the regards. It's a logical contradiction, right? It's like a.
One more time, no thanks. Try again.
Yeah, I might be breaking up. I was just saying.
Yeah, you are definitely.
No, you're interrupted, not breaking up.
A little bit of both, or just one?
A little bit of both. One more try.
I'll give it one more shot. I was saying when he mentioned that it's just like, you know, it's like breaks their logic. It does break logic. It breaks the law of identity. That if they were to say, well, there's 2 points and the straight line between them is a horizontal line, right? Then if you put a third point on that line, they say that establishes a new line. That's a law of identity, a violation of the locality of that line being in a different place. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. It breaks logic, literally.
Yeah, or the way John puts it, which is their calculation violates the initial measurement.
Well, how good's that bloody sloper dope? I love that video. That's great. It just puts it all. It just puts it right on the. It says it as it is. I love in the presentation too. They even have a picture of a horizon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
QE in your voice, the way you put it forward.
That's my special bitch right there, boy.
The slope intercept formula is your special bitch.
Oh,
and nobody uses it.
Yeah, except me. Everyone's too scared, so I don't mind. I just keep using it.
What do you mean everyone's scared? What are you talking about?
I love it.
I'm not scared of it.
Yeah, if you're measuring one line, right? That line takes up space in reality, right? It can't share location with another line, so that would be the law of identity being violated. The line sloping in both directions from a point, but being one line when measured at 2 points.
Well,
I
thanks
love
for
the
taking
Bortard's IQ.
Thanks for taking the thunder away. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but what you're saying is you can't have two lines that are tangent to a sphere and a straight line distance between those 2 points, making those two tangents be the one straight line.
What the hell are you talking about?
What the hell was that?
I'm just laying out what I think he's after saying. What I know what he's saying.
Sounds like you're trying to describe a curved linear path with tangents.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. But it's not. It's not. That's the paradoxical thing about it, right? How can I have a local horizontal here and a local horizontal somewhere else, but the distance between those 2 points is horizontal? You can't have that because when I go to measure the distance between those 2 points, right, my local horizontal here and my local horizontal over there, the distance between those will be horizontal. It's paradoxical to try and claim tangents and local horizontals. It's paradoxical geometrically when it comes to measurement.
It is like the ultimate paradox, Brian. I would agree with you that they're trying to make sense of shorter than a straight line distance, and they're trying to make it fit, and it's impossible.
Yeah, but even the distances they're claiming. Go on, I'll go after.
Spot. When we're told it's locally flat, how long would that be? Where's local? Is that where I am?
It's as far as you can measure. So where do they get the first measurement?
From the flat plane.
Well, that would mean that the furthest they can measure is 10, 12,000 miles, something like that, with an airplane. So it would be locally flat for 12,000 miles.
So then if somebody goes over there, would that be local as well for that person?
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. They're every claim they make contradicts the last claim they make geometrically. Geometric contradictions. Yeah, but that's what No Thanks was saying a minute ago. Is what they're actually doing there, No Thanks, is they're actually taking a straight line measurement and claiming it's curved, and then they're showing you, look, these are the exact distances between these two cities. But all they've actually done is taken the real world measurement between those 2 points, which is a horizontal measurement over that distance as the crow flies, and making it an arc length via the Haversine formula. That's all they've actually done. So when they come up with this precise measurement of distance between these 2 points, that's after the measurement, which is over a horizontal distance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say curved line?
Well, that's what they're going to be claiming, an arc length.
Well, the lines don't curve in geometry.
A curved line is a curved line, though.
No.
A line is not a curved line, but a curved line is a curved line.
In geometry, a line is always straight.
Yeah, but but there is such a thing as a curved line.
No, there is not. Not in geometry, there's not.
Are you sure there's no curved line in geometry?
I'm absolutely positive. Yeah.
That there's no line called a curved line. That the caveat.
He's bloody had this argument the other day.
No.
Hang on.
When you talk about a circle, you're talking about, in geometry, you're talking about the straight radii set to an affixed point and going around 360 degrees.
I don't think they'll call it what, John? They'll call it like a circumference or diameter or a semicircle. They won't call it a line, right?
Even a definition right here. Yes, in geometry there are curved lines, which are lines that are not straight and bend continuously.
There's not. In geometry, a line is always straight, no curves. I can prove it to you. Go to AutoCAD and watch him point to the angle between the curve and the
hypotenuse. You have that incorrect. I'm sorry. You have that incorrect. What he says, object is not a line. Object is not a line.
That's right.
But a line is straight. A curved line is the caveat of curved. That's not straight.
In geometry, you're using a paradox. Listen to yourself.
I'm not. I'm not. I understand the situation.
There's
Honestly.
nothing to
a line
understand.
or a
It's
curve.
nothing to understand. It's an axiom.
A line is always straight. A curved line is a caveat.
Oh my God, you're going to say the same thing again. From third grade geometry. I've showed you this before, but you just can't get it.
Oh, yeah, you did, and I'm pointing something out.
In geometry, why are you pointing something out when I'm fucking giving you the definition of the line? How is that? How does that work? Can you read my fucking mind? In geometry, a line is always straight, no curves. Can you repeat that out?
I understand that point, and that's I've already said that.
A curved line.
Give me a rebuttal, Brian. Give me a rebuttal.
I'm going to round out, actually. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.